They're not gonna have any fucking context over it. There we go. Hello. I fixed one problem. Why did? Oh boy. I was in the process of setting up. I have to go in, and in the thing, I have to add us all one by one now because it no longer just shows, hey, you're in this Discord call and there's these people here, and I can change your models. Now I have to go in and one by one add us to like some new fucking group thing they got. And I'm having to override the models again. And there's an internal server error, so there goes everything again. Why did they have to change? Their website worked fucking perfectly. Why did they have to fucking change it? Legacy group. Add. Me using my model. Save. Add. Sam using Hannah model. Save. Add. Scott using Braddock model. Save. Add. Plaz using Cygnus model. Save. Add. Callum using Ray model. Save. Add. Guy using Nick's model. Save. That everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, there's 6 of us. No crop. Placement on the bottom. Alignment is to the left. So deaf always. Dim non-speaking always. There we go. Sweet fucking Jesus, I fixed it. Someone please. Someone please say nice things to me. I fixed it, and I need this right now. Thank you. God, I have had a... I... Alright, alright, we went in a direction I wasn't ready for. You took it too far. Ugh. I'm glad I wasn't drinking actively when you said that sound. That fucking broke me. Man, this has been a fucking terrible week. There we go. I'm sorry. What? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes. So, prepared casters. Yeah. Prepared casters is always casting modifier plus half of your caster level, and it's always rounded down. I don't think they changed. I don't think they changed how it works from there. You know, hold on a minute. I'll look it up directly and tell you. No, I gotta retype in every goddamn web address because my cookies were cleared. Classes. Oh, you just... I have to go get all my fucking browser extensions back. Yeah, yeah. So you're at level 5 now. 5 spells, yeah. Say okay, yeah. Oh, actually, no. It's not level plus one. Yeah, it's not level plus one. All right, yeah. I'm gonna make this super easy for you, Scott. All right, Scott, open Discord. Oh, open Discord. There you go. Right there, prepared spells tab. There you go. You have that on quick reference for now for when you need it. Yeah. So anything that gives you additional spells like feats and stuff, though anything that gives you that is included, those are not included in your prepared spells list. So like if your class feature gives you, let me read it just to make sure we are at level 5. So faithful steed, you can call the aid. You have fine steed. So yeah, you always have fine steed prepared. So you don't need to prepare it because it's always prepared, and that doesn't count against your number of prepared spells. So that's an additional one. Yes. Yes. What do I have? Not sure if I'm gonna need this later, but I got it open. That is good. All right. Um, I guess I'll message Guy real fast and see how long. He's not even online, so I mean, uh, yes. Yeah, and then you can also, yeah, like since I don't have any of like the books and stuff. Yeah, I figured he got. Okay, so Guy will be here in like 10 minutes, so we can chill out. We'll just start at 6. That gives me 13 more minutes to work. So yeah, we'll chill out while I keep working on things. But yeah, some spells, since I don't have like any of the extra books and stuff. Some spells from like, for example, I don't know if paladins have access to it, but if you were going to grab silvery barbs from Strixhaven, I don't have it. You'd have to manually add that to your character sheet. Um, and for manually adding a spell, I don't 100% remember the process, but I'm pretty sure you can just do it from your spells page. You can like click like a plus or something, and it'll let you like paste. If it's a spell attack, you can toggle that. If it's like a save or suck effect spell, you can have the save DC and have the text of what the spell does and stuff like that. So yeah. Anywho, back to notes. I must focus so I can get as much done as possible. But you know what does? Raise dead. Works as intended. Raise dead in gentle repose. Works as intended. When you just entirely forget half of a word. Yeah. Well, no, I'm sitting here. I'm putting evening's conclusion, but for some reason I just type out evening's conclusion, and I'm looking at like, why is this spelled incorrectly? And I'm just missing the entire prefix of the word. Um, yeah, you didn't do it, but Ray did it. I gotta maintain the status quo. Yeah. So yeah. No, no, you didn't. I actually stopped you before anything like that happened. Where you guys left off, literally verbatim from my notes here. The very last thing. Session concluded with the chase, leaving Braddock, Hannah, and Cygnus near the thief's corpse. Nyx near the inn. Ray running to catch up with the rest of the party, and the second unnamed skeleton running back to the inn under Nyx's orders, carrying the loose remains of the fallen Jimmy Bones. As guards are coming towards you guys from the northern road. Oh, because they pretty much killed him at the intersection where you were arriving. You were arriving to Cygnus and Braddock, who were basically on top of the guy. You know what would make more sense in D&D personally, in my opinion? Instead of doing it as 5-foot squares, doing them as 1 yard squares. So that way you can easily convert to 1 meter for metric. I mean, it would literally function the same as it does with the 5 feet. It would just be like a cleaner conversion for the systems. And things would be slightly shorter. Like you would still like for most people, you'd still be vertically. You'd be about 2 squares tall, but you would be still roughly fitting within 1 square meter, 1 square yard. Um, and then like bears and stuff, it would make more sense for like brown bears to be 2 squares and stuff like that because like brown bears you get to around 6 to 7 feet and stuff. Uh, Well, I mean, brown bears are medium for bears, black bears are small bears, and then after brown bears, grizzlies and Kodiaks get larger. Channel. That's literally what was a channel Dave into me. I cast channel Davinity. Hello, my name is Davinity. That's funny. That's literally the last thing your character like on your dying breath. I will let you have one more action. I cast channel divinity. All right. All of a sudden you're looking as like a dude appears out of a thin layer of smoke. Would you like to introduce your backup character? Hi, my name is Davinity. I don't know where I'm at. I don't know where I came from. I have amnesia. Dave the amnesiac. Right. No, you're fine. We're still waiting. Guy should be here in about a minute if his 10-minute ETA is correct. If not, then he still has 3 more minutes on top of that. At 6 o'clock my time, which is 4 minutes, I will. I do have the recap prepared. I might be willing to let one of you recap. Just know that if your recap does not reach my standards, you will not be receiving your inspiration. And in order for your recap to reach my standards, I have like a 3-paragraph recap. You have to hit at least 75% of the session, which is at least 75%. Like, you have to be 75% accurate to the recap that I have written, which is pretty much just a recap of the entire session. It is impressive that, like, almost a week after the session, I still managed to remember it enough to do a, like, almost 1-page recap over it. What is your spirit animal? What is your fursona, one might say? Yes, Callum's a bear. Callum's a bear. No. Callum's a capybara. Callum's a capybara. Too much work. Literally, you chill and you lay around and you eat shit all day. That is. Sloth. I eat once. I eat once every 3 months and barely manage to survive. The only part. That's like the only part of me accurate to a sloth is the barely managing to survive. And like that's like less. It, it's less on me barely managing to survive and more like others barely managing to keep me alive. Like, they're actively thwarting my attempts to not survive. They just keep putting different stickers and tape over my hole while desperately searching for that can of Flex Seal I threw out like 2 months ago. I mean, self-appointed. I've never been described as a fox. I just like foxes, so I chose foxes. Like, yeah, it honestly is. Oh, I thought you meant for me because I'm also like, What people have called, I have been called a cat and I have been called a bear by other people. And it's funny. What is that? So you're a naked mole rat. Nature's ballsack. I haven't watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I've seen a lot of clips and stuff about it. I know how good it is. I just haven't watched it. Which one is Gino? Okay, I don't know precisely who you're talking about, but I can easily find out later. I know you're not talking about any of the characters that I know the face of, but that's fine. But yeah, the show is great. I just haven't actually watched it. For whatever reason, I don't have the login information of any of my family streaming services. So I just like most things I watch are YouTube and anime, and then occasionally if I want to watch a show, I'll have to search for like 15 minutes on Google until I find a website to pirate it on where I can watch a couple seasons, and then I'm kind of stranded. No, I don't consider piracy to be a felony. So no. Also, I think piracy is maybe a misdemeanor at best, but uh, I almost like I realize I have a bad habit whenever I get distracted and I'm like working on notes and stuff, I will read them out loud to find my place. I almost just did that, which would have like given away some of my notes for tonight. I gotta. You could have, yeah. I think because you wanted to be a bard, but you didn't want to play a bard, was what you said or something. Like I think whenever you were talking about your character, you said, "I'm gonna be a bard, but I'm not a bard," something along those lines. I mean, either that or I'm just like, either that or I convinced myself to misremember it because you've been playing a bard without being a bard, kind of thing. Like one of us is misremembering something. One of us is misremembering something. That's all that I know. Yeah, he sent me a message at 6 o'clock saying that he was home getting his stuff set up. Alright, cool. I think, at least for as much as I think y'all are going to get to tonight, I managed to actually get notes finished. That's all I managed to get done, but... No, I planned for the Harvest Festival because, you know, that's, like... What am I... Oh yeah, I'm a cat. What is this for? What are you doing? Look at Sam and Guy right next to each other. I like how Guy just gets defaulted to a capybara. I was about to say, where the hell is Callum at? Oh yeah, there you are. Okay, Rhino Kingdom. I don't know why for some reason I didn't see that like at all. Like I was looking, I saw the humans, I saw the humans, I saw Plaz, and for some reason I just didn't see like the fucking banner for the thing. Okay. What are you doing? Making something in like a game in like a what is that game? I still have no idea what that is. All right, well, Guy is officially late. He'll be here, I imagine, like literally, probably in seconds. But in the meantime, oh, I'm sorry, I got to update that. Um, someone want to get Silvers to do the recap? Does someone want to get Silvers to do the recap? I'm sure he knows exactly what happened last session. We'll have to get him back in the Discord server because he left. Alright, so we have... I'm actually going to put you guys on here in alphabetical order. Which is... we got Braddock, Cygnus. Cygnus has been dethroned. She is no longer number 1. Braddock, Cygnus. Hana's 3. Nyx is 4. And Ray is 5. And you know what? For the sake of it, I will add myself as 6 for our reliable narrator. Some weeks I will cover it because I am now doing a accurate... Oh wait, I forgot. This is a target macro that I use for this. Never mind. I'll make a... I think it was different back then. Yeah, I mean, it's the same macro technically, but that was like a different thing. Right. So that is the target macro. I will set up a separate macro for... How do I... There we go, add. It will be the recap macro. D6. It'd be nice if I could... It'd be nice if I could set up if statements so it rolls the d6 and then if, you know, whatever number it puts out that person's name. No, it is not. You are slightly, like, kind of damp because of the fog. You know, the fog just kind of carries moisture to it, but it is not raining. You are not, like, soaked or anything. So there's my recap macro in the bar. We will drag it over to one more. Change its color to a nice orange. All right, so recap for inspiration. It is Guy, who is not currently here. All right, we'll try again. Plaz, do you think you can recap accurately for inspiration? I mean, you do have the right to decline it, and I'll re-roll it to someone else. Okay. Then by all means, feel free to go for it. Actually, before you do that, let me go ahead and I guess do an intro because we've been sitting here for like over half an hour. To anyone who is actively watching, sorry for the delays. I know that y'all have kind of been with us for a bit, and none of us have officially said hello. So hi, how you guys doing tonight? Welcome to D&D, where this has been a week from hell, so we have had a bit of a delay tonight. Although it's been a live delay, you've been able to watch the train wreck slowly barreling off the rails. I mean, I guess barreling off the rails quickly, but in slow motion. The crash has yet to come, but we will get there soon. Trust me. But yeah, so without further ado, you will see our darling Nyx pop into the chat sooner or later. You'll see it before we realize, honestly, because of the overlay. We don't get to see that, y'all do. But yeah, so Guy will be here soon. We're going to go ahead and get started with the recap in the meantime while he gets his stuff set up. So, yeah, if you're comfortable with it, then by all means take us away, Blaz. It's time for this week's mushroom monologue. Correct. Um, let's see here. Compared to my notes, you. Yes, very important to the plot. Um, yeah, I mean, what do you guys think? Is that accurate enough for inspiration? Honestly, not just saying yes to help yourselves. I I feel like that was I feel like that was a bit lackluster. Honestly, I feel like a bit of information was missing. Yeah, I think, which I mean, I I don't I don't quite think that was a inspirational recap. So you did manage to, yes. So it started off session with you and Braddock heading to who you believe to be the Burgomaster, Baron Vargas Vlakovich's manor. You had tea with him while previewing the documents. He and Braddock spoke in lightly coded messages about his distaste of the local leadership and his open disdain for Strahd von Zarevich. To which Braddock also showed an open disdain towards the name of Strahd von Zarevich, and he attempted to recruit you, Rory as your as in your party, into into getting him into the role of Burgomaster. So he, in return, he can further aid you in the future. Meanwhile, Hannah Nix went to Blinsky's Toys. Hannah dragged Nix to Blinsky's Toys, where she was caught by Blinsky trying to steal, and then uh, paid for her group of toys. Ray made his way around town seeking info and rumors. And then at the gate, he ran into a Vistani messenger of Argol. After a mildly flirtatious convo, he was informed of a trade deal he is informed of a trade deal from Argyle while proposing. Argyle was proposing, and after promising to meet with Argyle later that night, he sent the Vistani back on his way home before flirting with the nearby town guard and leaving to find his party to discuss the proposed deal. Hannah and Nix found their way into Malkovich's hunting supply, purchasing Hannah some new toys in the process. Upon all regrouping back at the inn, Ray explained how the deal was proposed, and the party dedicated the remainder of the afternoon to researching the tome, learning some of the history and secrets of the enigmatic Strahd. Upon Nix becoming fully engrossed, rendering the trade offer fully moot, and discussion that Braddock and Ray took back to the Vistani. Upon learning most of the group retired for the night, while Hannah went out to prowl and Braddock stood watch. Despite his vigilance, the two Vistani thieves were far too stealthy, sneaking into the party's rooms and searching for the tome, but were ultimately caught as Jimmy Bones managed to grab one of the thieves from inside Nix's bag, waking and alerting her, while Ray spotted the other, pilfering through his pockets. Chaos ensued, resulting in the party that was either still dressed in their sleepwear or buck naked in Ray's case, chasing the thieves through the streets. As desperation set in, Nix resorted to flinging fireballs at the thieves, who did manage to stop one of them while killing 3 civilians in the process, and the other escaped back to the Vistani camp to report their failure. Session concluded with the chase, leaving Braddock, Hannah, and Cygnus near the thief's corpse, Nix near the inn, Ray running to catch up with the rest of the party, and the second unnamed skeleton running back to the inn under Nix's orders while carrying the loose remains of the fallen Jimmy Bones as the guards are closing in, charging from the North Street, roughly 1,000 feet out. And that is where we pick up. Um, Also, welcome in, Guy. It only took twice the amount of time you predicted. So with that, yes, you guys may now act, as there is a lightly burned half-elf corpse in front of you, dressed in Vistani clothes. Hannah, if you will do me a favor, make me a history check as you catch up with the party. Good job. I see the hour. I see the hour you've had. I see the hour you've had to prepare was spent well. Jesus. All right. You like without even like despite like the deformities from the bad burns of like despite the fact that the remaining part of the mask had partially fused with the face, just at a side glance of a fraction of this man's visage, you immediately know who this half elf is. He may be dressed as a Vistani. He is no Vistani. This is Richt. He, along with his partner in crime, Cursed, were the two assassins sent after you by the current leadership of your former troop in your Session Zero before this whole ordeal began. That is. In the distance, you guys hear the sounds of like armor and shields and pikes and stuff clanking, like the sound of like marching as all 12 of the guards have vacated the guard hut and are on their way towards you guys at varying paces, varying distances, but they are all incoming. No, you Braddock and Cygnus. Nyx is a ways like Nyx is like probably over 100 feet back at this point. Mm, no, um, it it does not by default fit in your bag. You could, with the fact that it is a body, you could make it fit. You could make it fit in your bag if you would like to try. But just like opening the bag and trying to like drop the body in, it is not going to easily fit into your bag. Where are you racing down to? So hold on, let me move you guys maps for the minute so you can properly visualize. Let me get all of your things set up. Um, you guys, no, you did not go that way. You guys are over near here. You, Nick, you're probably about there. You would be over here. Ray, you're probably about here, a little ahead of Nick's. You're over here. Hannah, you're over here. Um, and the guards are coming from this direction. Probably some of them are even like cutting through. Some of them are probably along the road. Cygnus. And yeah, and Hannah came up to join you from below. Anyone, anyone, anyone who would like may make a at this time may make a intelligence check to estimate about how long you have until the guards arrive. Yes. Intelligence 20. Intelligence. Dang, double 20s. Way to roll. You cannot guidance it. I mean, I guess technically, if you want to spend one round to guidance it, you can do so. But then you have less time. 10? Okay. Um. All right. You. I will say we'll start off at the bottom. So with a 10, you know you have less than a minute. With a 12, you have less than half a minute. With a 19 and above, so 19, 20, 23, all four of you, three of you, whatever, are able to tell that you have approximately 4 rounds until guards arrive. Now, whether that means they are, I mean, you know they won't be like at your heels in 4 rounds, but in 4 rounds they will be close enough to see everything that is going on. Yeah, yeah, yes, you are welcome to do that. So between Hannah and Braddock, since both of you want to take the corpse, I guess make me opposed checks just to determine which one of you gets the corpse. Oh, you did? Okay, I thought I heard you say you were taking it. Okay. Okay. Make me a stealth at disadvantage. Actually, you know what? It is Night with the Mist. Make it a flat roll instead. A flat stealth. 7. Okay. All right. Um, you are not also because you have a low passive perception. You're not sure. You think some of the guards in the distance might see you flying up, but it's dark and it's hard for you to tell if they can see you. You're not sure. You can kind of make out them, mostly because you know they're running, so like they're kind of obvious, but you can't make them out in detail. Um, that's even better. All right, Sam, make I guess if you're running between buildings, make your stealth. That's a good question. All right. So, Nix, from your distance as you were running up, you were able to see Braddock bend over. He retrieves the body. You do not see the book on the ground, so you can naturally assume that he has grabbed it as well. As you are sprinting towards. Technically, you're sprinting away from the guards, but you're also sprinting away from the inn. 17, okay. Yeah. Runs for the span of one round, stops immediately out of breath. Okay. Nicely played. Make your. Yeah. Also, go ahead and make your advantage stealth check. Obviously, with invisibility modifier added in behind the scenes. Yeah, you stop about where you stop. Yeah, as you cast invisibility on yourself. 17? Okay. As you cast invisibility on yourself and begin to walk back, you see the bony heel of your other skeleton disappearing around the corner as he has gone up the stairs and is assumedly running into your room with Jimmy. Um, so. Alright, so. How's their window broken? Yes. Um, So yeah, so over the span of we'll say 2 turns, both Nyx and Ray arrive back at the inn. Cygnus, are you running or are you taking the horse that you were told to take by Braddock? So you get the chance to describe how you creatively ride a horse. Well, you were in your giant mushroom form. Immediately upon Braddock, immediately upon Braddock picking up the corpse, you just hear dooey dooey doo, and look back and just see little red Cygnus waddling down the road. All right, are you running? Are you walking back to the inn or running back to the inn? Run. Okay. You managed to make it back to the inn in 4 turns. Hannah and Braddock, where are you two going? Quick, secret. Quick, seek refuge in the church. What demon would ever seek refuge in a church? They'll never look. Okay. Are you are you going to sprint to the guardhouse? The wall. Okay. Braddock, where are you actually going with the corpse? You're, no, you're being followed by a flying spotlight. You gotta time the patrol and sneak between it. All right. All right. I need Braddock. I need you to make one more flat stealth, if you would. You press the stealth button. Yes. Yes, I'm well aware. There are a number of torches and stuff burning through the street because people are still. I mean, there's a number of civilians that are still out because they're still setting up for the festival. Yes, yeah, I'm aware. But Hannah also has dark vision, so even if they didn't have torches, she would easily be able to locate and avoid them. 20. All right. To your surprise, Hannah, by the time that Braddock, like, it's a bit of a bumbling ascent, but by the time Braddock is up above the building line for most of the building, or technically for all of the buildings here in Valaki, including the church. By the time he is actively up about 60 feet in the air, he is far enough away that you would have to really focus to detect his like wing flaps, and it is like with the light pollution and the fog around you, it is difficult, very difficult to actually see him. The fog itself is aiding by not only covering him up, but also the fact that it makes a low blanket over the town. The torchlight from all the burning torches and stuff in the area is more or less making like a blanket of light that he is above. Um, so you both succeed in dodging the guards. Sam, by the time you make it back to the guard hut, make me another stealth check. Braddock, you go to the Walker house. What are you doing there? That was the plan, but Sam also made it clear that he wasn't like beelining straight for the guard hut. So by the time you get there, there are a few guards that have returned. There are there are a couple of guard or not guard. They look more like bodyguards than town guards, but there are a couple of guards stationed outside the house. Probably about four in total. But aside from that, there's like nothing outside the house. The windows, the curtains have been drawn inside. You cannot, if there is any light or movement, you cannot see it inside the house. There is smoke rising from the chimney. You can do so. You can get back to the inn safely upon you, like, descending to land. Like, whether you're going to land on the roof or whatever, just descending down to the inn, you would have to make one more stealth. So the roost itself is covered. It's more of like an attic. There is, you would have to squeeze. You would have to make me a acrobatics, I would say, to try and squeeze inside. There's like a small semicircle archway. You can see some ravens, flying in and out of. We lost someone. We will. You are welcome to move your tokens, by the way, to where you're going. We will clear and empty initiative. I figured, yeah. And by the time you get back to the room, you see Ismark near the door, like ready to head out of, like ready to head out. Now, back in his full stuff. He has his sword at his hip, like he's ready to go help. As you like poof back up into the room. Bodies are what? Body. Yes, bodies are objects. Yes. Okay. You misty step into the room with the body. And um, waiting in the room is the skeleton with Jimmy Bones. He's just kind of standing there, just like cradling the bundle of bones in his arms as he waits for Nyx to return, who does eventually return well before you do. Uh, yeah, you're aside from Hannah, you're quite literally the last one to return. Yeah, no, you could just go up the stairs. The skeleton didn't even close the door. The door is still wide open. The skeleton is just like in the corner, holding the bones. I have to, I have to name another one. Let me before we continue. Let me make a quick note. So I would like to say within my notes for this, I have actually made a proper page for Jimmy Bones and the Skeleton Squad. I must now add another name. Um, the second skeleton to receive a name from Nyx was Bony. Is there an E in Bony or just Bony? Okay, Bony James. All right, cool. That note has been added once I fully get around to writing the lore for Jimmy Bones and the Skeleton Squad. Boney James is, I guess, the first lieutenant of the Skeleton Squad. Make yourself invisible again? Yeah. As the guards, it takes so by the time you make it back in 2 turns, Cygnus like 2 turns later, Cygnus makes it back. Cygnus, the door is locked. What is your no? Okay. Um, the door unlocks. You were able to come in. By the time Cygnus is in the room, you are seeing the guards like out at the street starting to do investigations. You see them like first approach the 3 corpses that were left from the fireball. One of them is inspecting like where like the char marks and small craters of the fireballs being cast. Uh, they are investigating like the small magic residue from the Eldritch blasts that went astray. Um, and as they are doing their investigation, eventually you do see a pair of them come towards the inn. Um, it is um, so first they don't like immediately go up to like your room. They enter into the inn below. Okay. You haven't quite arrived yet. This is a bit before. Um, the guards, they, you can't really make out anything. Not like you're. I mean, you're welcome if you want to try. You can, try to strain a perception. No, I'm more speaking to Nyx and Cygnus at the moment. I said like you can't really hear the guards below, but if you wanted to, you could try to strain a perception. That is also a possibility. That's yeah, no, nothing's missing. The only thing that was removed from your dog, the only thing that was removed from your bag, was the 4 books that you had in there. Since you didn't say anything when you teleported back into the room, Ismark actually left the room and is. Oh, okay. Then he would turn and like, oh, apologies, I didn't think it would be fitting for a young burgomaster to be running naked through the streets. Especially, if that people were to compare, you also running naked through the streets, they might begin to gossip. I assume everything's fine. Did you recover? I mean, did you catch the thief? Did you? Oh, I mean, of course. I heard the noise. I suspect many people did. They will be having. All right. Well, I guess since you've been here the whole night and nothing is left, I suppose that that other bed over there should be quite messy from your sleeping habits before being woken up by explosions. As as he as he makes his as he like makes his way past and just like kind of like flops on the bed and like begins to like worm side to side, messing up the blankets and sheets and stuff. His bed still being thoroughly messed as it was left. So around the time the guards, one of them makes their way up to the to check on what was your room, and then one of the guards goes back out and comes up to check on these rooms. So Braddock, by the time you teleport into the room, Nyx and Cygnus, you guys can hear footsteps like creaking on the stairs outside. Yes, it is. It is. All right, make me an athletics check. Sure, yeah. Make an athletics with advantage then. Oh, I mean, you can help Cygnus if Cygnus just wants to do it for you. 25 with the like you're not entirely sure how someone outside won't hear this, but through the sounds of tearing flesh and snapping tendons and cracking and twisting of bone, you manage to fold this half-elven thief into a meat pretzel and stuff him into the bag, and as you get his torso pushed through like the stretched opening of the bag of holding, you feel aid as Boney James is pulling him into the bag from the inside. And he disappears. Oh, okay. And then leaving Braddock and Cygnus alone in this room. Okay. Cygnus and Braddock, the blood from stabbing this man a few times fades from your being. Okay. The blood of Braddock's stabbing this man a few times that splattered onto you is cleaned off. And after a few seconds, you hear at the door. You hear I don't know if that came through, but you hear a knocking. I knocked on my desk. Okay. Good job, Crisp. Your noise cancellation is working perfectly, even when I don't want it to. Yeah, you hear a knocking at the door. Well, I'm sure that you have heard the commotion in the streets tonight, and I'm sure that you know that the town guard are launching an inquisition into the events of tonight's chaos. If you would kindly open the door, I have some questions for you. Well, if you would kindly open the fucking door, you could see that I am a member of the town guard, as I have said and identified. I'm not giving a name to this nameless town guard. Uh, and yeah, he said it. He said it like 2 or 3 times ago. I am a member of the town guard. You You are welcome to see my guardsman uniform, although I will say, to answer your suspicions, even if I were someone who had stolen a town guard uniform, how would you tell the difference between that and a real town guard? I digress. I am here to ask you and your friends, as you are outsiders to this town and considered to be likely suspects for the cause of chaos, some questions. if you please. Yeah. As you do so, he starts. Some of the kind people who are setting up for tomorrow's festivities have identified the likenesses of you and your band of travelers in tonight's chaos events. Well, the the suspectors are also being currently questioned about the fact that they themselves were out and about, as you have presented yourself as not. So, to that effect, I ask if you have any means of proving your innocence in these accusations. Yes, a likely story, likely story, and he makes a note on a pad in his hand as he turns. Uh, uh, Nix, where are you at in the room? Okay, okay, um, okay. He will come in and he will begin his investigation, and I will make a few public investigation rolls to that. So let me find the guard's character sheet. Guard. He is a pikeman. We will use his pike. So he has a 0 to intelligence. So he gets three investigations. Nix, if you will make me a flat stealth check. You are invisible, but he is searching like physically with his hands. He's not looking with his eyes. So the flat stealth check is as he is feeling around if he happens to brush up against you. Is there anything else in the room that might not want to be found that you guys like might be trying to hide or of the like that I should know about? I mean, as the GM, I should know, but like so I can set a DC for that in the investigation. True. Yeah, the bird took the horse there. No, okay. So what is that flat roll, Nix? Hopefully, indeed. Okay, 19. All right, investigation number one. Investigation number two. Okay. And investigation number 3. Okay. Um, immediately. Um, you know what? Roll a flat d20. We will settle this with an opposed roll. Just a flat. Okay. Um, I will say you having the benefit of being able to see him as he is searching. There, like literally, you don't know like if it is a sixth guardly sense of like of him suspecting something, sheer dumb luck. You have managed to wedge yourself in like standing in the thin area between the bed and the wall. It is uncomfortable, but you're managing, you're out of the way. As he is searching, knowing that there is this thin area on the other side of the bed, he leans across the bed and begins to like lean over, running his hand along, searching the floor and just under the bed for anything that might be hidden down here. He is like literally at one point about to be like face to crotch with you, and then he, as his like hand is about to brush your foot, pulls back, stands, yeah, looks at Braddock, moves, continues searching the room, just, manages to barely avoid you. You don't know if it is like might have been because he's looking through your invisible person and didn't see anything directly in the corner. If it might have just been like sheer dumb luck. He decided to stop, having not found anything under like most of the bed. For whatever reason, you manage to luck out, and he does not find you. He moves over, continues. He like kind of jostles around under where Cygnus is sitting, making sure she's not like sitting to hide evidence. Like, doesn't ask the mushroom girl to move, just like straight up hand under the blanket, sliding under, moving around before coming back, gets down on his hands and knees, looks under the bed, leans over, checks the back wall. He searches in both of the chests, the foot lockers at the foot of your bed, searches in the cupboards, searches in the drawers of like the shared little nightstand, looks on the easel, like the edges just outside the windows, and as he looks around, finally just, what are these marks here on the windowsill for? Looks like, as he like gestures to like where the claw marks were of, Braddock chasing Birdman or woman, having, gone out the window and stuff. Like, there's some small scratches and grooves. He kind of furrows his brow a bit. Not the first reports we've gotten of such creatures. How come you didn't report this to the town guard when it happened? Are you saying that you were attacked by these humanoid ravens tonight, before the chaos or during the chaos of this going on? Are you saying that these humanoid ravens are tied to tonight's chaotic events? No, you did not say yesterday. I didn't. I did not hear yesterday. My apologies. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah, okay. See that ties back in. So if you were attacked yesterday, why did you not tie it into the town guard? Why did you not report this to the town guard yesterday after the attack happened? If you had done so, and these humanoid raven individuals are tied to tonight's chaotic events, perhaps the town guard might have had extra care and vigilance in doing so. We would have known that they were about beforehand, as they are known and wanted miscreants in the area. But I mean, surely something strange like a humanoid raven attacks you in your inn room that you are paying for, and you don't report such happenings to the town guard. That certainly is a strange decision, is it not? And what acts of incompetence have you experienced? I rest my case. As he looks. But, nevertheless, I cannot, aside from these strange marks with you now reporting humanoid ravens, I cannot say that I have seen any other signs that you had anything to do with such events. Nevertheless, I am sure you understand, as outsiders to the town, we will be keeping a close eye on you in regards to such events. Careful, saying such things might be misconstrued by certain people. You sound like you might want to spend. Sounds like you might want to spend a night in the town stocks, friend. Braddock wakes up every morning and chooses violence. Braddock's turned into a fucking Karen. What is your name and badge number? What's a what's a badge number? I have rights. You do? Oh god, the best of it. Uh, Nevertheless, again, we'll be keeping a close eye on you lot. Enjoy the rest of your evening. If you discover anything that can aid this investigation, perhaps earn you a bit of good grace within the town guard, do let us know. I'm sure by now you know where the guard station is. Anyone will be happy to take your testimony and your evidence into account, should you find any. And with that, he will make his way out of the room, goes down. Ray, you and Ismark hear a knocking at your door. Uh, is Ismark was about to go when you go to the door first, and he goes, "Ah, I suppose you were who I was looking for. What can you say about tonight's events? We have had first-hand witness of your lot, as I have already spoken to your other ill-tempered friend about such events. We have witnesses to your involvement in tonight's chaos. What can you tell me about the events of this evening?" You're right. We've been having conversation. I'm the new burgomaster of the village of Barovia. We have been discussing. I am soon to have a meeting with the burgomaster of Vallaki to discuss the relationship between our two between our two towns. Um, and my friend Ray here is quite diplomatic, quite knowledgeable. He has been assisting me with my preparations for the meeting. He kind of like looks away and just like, you know what, make an insight. You have upset him. He was very obviously trying to keep private affairs private, and you have gone out of your way to broadcast them to the town guard. Uh, the town guard just enough of your nonsense. So, you're telling me that the entire time you have nothing of use that you can share in regards to the events, then certainly you wouldn't mind providing some proof of your innocence. Of your, as I mentioned, we have had testimonies of descriptions of you without your clothes on, running through the streets, your compatriots alongside you. There have been there have been accusations of murder in the streets, and we certainly have found blood, but no body. Well, we have found bodies, but those bodies have clearly died due to fire magic. We have found blood on the street, but no body or no trail leading away from it to uncover the individual who has been so gravely injured. And then there is testimony of your group having attacked someone in the streets. Well, as your room is connected to an outside staircase, the innkeeper isn't necessarily likely to know whether you did or did not. That is, you can, but it's also at an angle. Like, you could tell, especially like the way the thieves came in and out. The thieves came in and out. One could sneak past without being noticed. It's not an airtight alibi. Yes, I would like to. He looked past you and just. Uh, Nevertheless, I'm sure you understand the guard's suspicion. We will be keeping a close eye on your group during this investigation as things unfold. And if you are in fact guilty of such things as you have been accused, I'm sure that you know that the guards are most competent, and justice will swiftly be raining down like a hammer upon your heads. And he turns to make his leave for the evening, back to the search at the street below. You see the across the way the other guard coming out of what was your room, uh, and he looks over. They kind of exchange word like a wordless message, and then they make one goes down that stair, he goes down the stair, they go back and continue the investigation. There were more than the three people that Nyx blew up outside. Those are just three people who happen to be within the radius of Nyx blowing them up. If you wanted to leave no witnesses, you should have told Nyx beforehand. I'm sure she had a couple more fireballs. Um, uh, Probably less likely the guards themselves. More of like some of the townsfolk that you were helping. You would be within good graces. They might be willing to put good words about you if questioned. But it's not like they would go like, yeah, like these travelers are fine. They were helping. Like they don't just kind of go out and advertise kind of thing. But yeah. So with that, you guys are left the rest of your evening. Sam, we move back to you if you have returned with your food. That's actually, Everyone is talking about food and I am hungry. Let's take a quick dinner real fast. I gotta run to the restroom and I'm hungry, so I'm gonna go grab food as well. So we'll take a quick dinner here, and we will be right back with Sam. Do. You know what? Fuck it. I'm lazy. I'm just going to leave the audio running. You guys be nice. If anyone pops in chat, feel free to entertain them. I will be back in a few moments.
One slur. Yeah, we could have honestly just said that, yeah, there were thieves that tried to break in and steal our stuff.
Yeah, we've already decided on the thing. Let's not change our fucking thing right at that time.
I know.
Of why did we lie about it?
Told the truth. Why did we lie? We could just said that the thieves did the fireball. The one that we killed was magical. Well, he fireballed the entire area. That's different.
Because someone decided to let Braddock do the talking, and he doesn't do the thinking.
Braddock does the like angry fuck you while you looking at me.
Yeah. If Braddock is given instructions, he can do talking very well. Without instructions,
His
he is angry.
Fuck you.
He is angry.
Yeah, it's technically what they're doing with talents. Just like we're in the wrong. So
I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm not sure how to talk around our unintentional collateral damage of 3 innocents.
The best solution
We didn't use magic.
They did.
Yeah. The thieves did.
Yeah. The thieves hit themselves with the fireball?
Yeah.
So they don't know that the thieves died in a fireball, because we have the thief's body.
Yeah.
You know what? That's fair. If I was
to talk about this, we didn't.
That's true. If we had talked, we could have come up with, they threw a bead from a necklace of fireballs or something. Totally missed us, but hit the innocents. Darn that whole talking thing. We're not good at it.
What do you mean we're not good at it? I'm terrible at it. Thank you very much.
That's true. Honestly, to be fair, we've only known each other for what is it, 5 days, 6 days in this world? No, no, no. It's been longer than that now.
Yeah, because at least everyone except for Ray, to the best of our knowledge, we've been with for multiple towns, and we've spent like probably a couple weeks here.
That's right. Yeah.
What do you mean? I don't count. I've been here the whole time.
Yeah.
In fact, you've been here longer than Braddock has.
Yeah, you guys at the beginning. What are you guys talking about? You're acting crazy.
Oh, that's insane.
Scott, you're fighting the orcs.
Yeah, I saw that. I don't know, what is this thing?
This is World Box.
World Box?
Yeah, it's a game.
Cool. Holy crow. So it looks like some of my goats here have gone off around the northern straits and taken on. Oh no, we're coming down south over to the Dwarf Kingdom. Why are we doing that?
I don't know.
Huh. Well, if we copulate like goats, maybe we can take over that whole northern section before the dwarves do.
That's the Arcane Desert, so
It'd be a little hard. Yeah. So they're about as smart as I am. The orc horde down south there? Why am I fighting the orcs down there?
Why not?
Sounds like fun. Human kingdom in the center. That
Of course,
sounds
the
about right.
humans are the ones
Yeah.
spreading like wildfire.
Callum's the rhinos. This
I
looks
like
fun.
that when I was winning.
Is there?
The humans have the advantage. 'Cause they're right in the center, so they have a lot to do. They have so many things opposing them.
But that also means everyone could collapse in on them.
Yeah.
378 years?
Yep.
Are you streaming this anywhere? Or?
I'm just playing it. It's just running in the background. I thought it was still running, but I accidentally paused it. So it's only been a couple of years. It's only been 20 years.
Once I was there.
I currently had like wars and stuff all disabled until all the civilizations that grew to a certain point. So some got early wiped out. Because when there's different species, they just kind of slaughter each other.
So the funny thing about this groping hand gesture here is that is my absent-minded hand gesture. That's what I do whenever I'm thinking. I'm trying to grasp the
The thought.
the thought. Yeah.
Huh.
And I didn't realize it until one of my friends said, "Stop playing with your balls."
Were your hands down your pants when you were doing it, or
No, it just it looks like you're
fondling something?
fondling a ball sack. Yeah. Rachel. Oh, that's who you are.
Yeah, if you're curious, so some cool things, like for example, this guy. You can do a lot of stuff. There's a lot of like information stuff you can like look at. The Elven kingdoms, what villages and stuff they have, who's the chief of the current village, what's the status of that particular village, how long it's been around, how many people died,
Been around.
any alliances, cultures.
Got a couple hamburgers tonight. Which I feel like for the past like 3 Fridays in a row it's been fucking hamburgers, but and not even like good McDonald's hamburgers, just homemade hamburgers. Like not the good homemade because like if they're made on the grill they're the good homemade hamburgers, but these are like quickly like done in like a cast iron skillet kind of thing, and they're just like really salty and greasy. But I mean, food's food. I decided to be kind of fancy, and I took a couple of my mom's sourdough English muffins. I'm like, I want a sourdough bun, so I'm assuming the English muffins are going to be just as good as a regular sourdough bun would be. But in truth, I haven't tried this, so it's kind of a science experiment. Sometimes my genius threatens the world. It's okay. Hey, man. Don't want none if you ain't got buns. Uh-huh. No, no. I mean, he sits in the corner and stares at Cygnus, who sits on the bed and stares at him, and that is their sleep cycle. Eventually, eventually, technically, Cygnus actually does go to sleep. Like she actually does go unconscious, but like it's been canonically decided that Cygnus just sits there like and fucking stares when she goes to sleep. So. But yeah, not long after leaving with Ray and Ismark, they do in fact leave and go back out to the main street. All right, so you go to sleep for the night. Nyx, you are still invisible. Mm, okay. And I forgot before leaving. I said, Sam, we are going back to you with your very very wonderful stealth roll. Uh, your your very wonderful casting of invisibility on yourself. You are you are outside of the guardhouse. You've noticed, like, by the time you arrive, having kind of dilly dallied around, a few of them have returned. A few, three, literally. Mm, not necessarily, like, not at the guardhouse. Like, they are still obviously, like, on alert. The evening has taken a turn they didn't foresee, but they themselves in the guardhouse aren't, like, fucking searching every inch of the guardhouse for clues or anything. They're sit. They are like two of them are sitting at one table. One of them is sitting at another table. The tables are obviously close enough that they talk to one another without having to like yell across the room. But like they're sitting there and they're talking about like crazy this is. They were all just here chilling like normal. Cutting the shit, telling stories, playing dice, playing cards, and all of a sudden like the fucking explosions, like how crazy is that stuff doesn't happen. At first they just thought someone setting up something messed up during the festival, and then the second explosion went off and they heard people running and screaming and they knew they had to go take care of stuff. And they and they got lucky that they were the ones sent back here while the others are still investigating, in case anyone comes with like any information or anything. Okay. Spoken like a true paladin. Because every paladin staying in a foreign town in a foreign inn just talks like the local rogue. Oh my god, you two have role reversed. The rogue isn't murdering and the paladin is. Way to break D&D stereotypes, guys. Yeah, like the warlock's not doing creepy shit. He's the horny one. If you guys had a bard, I assume the bard wouldn't be the horny one. The bard would be doing creepy shit. Big shake, big shake. Indeed. To do something, yeah, to do something like that and keep yourself hidden, you would have to make another stealth check. This would normally be at disadvantage because you're actively like casting light and attention on yourself. With your cloak, it's just a flat roll. You're attempting to make a will o wisp. Yeah, I know what you're doing. All right, all right. Make me a flat stealth check. Okay, yeah. Um, your pale blue flame appears outside the door of the guard, like across the street outside the door of the guard house, flickering, floating in front of a building. And you see a couple the guards like sitting at the first table. Like you can't see the third one. You just heard voices. But the two you can see, you kind of notice they kind of stop talking mid sentence and turn their head. And one kind of tilts his head. The other one kind of squints as they peer, and then it's gone. So they get up and they kind of make their way. They don't leave the guardhouse, but they make their way over to the door. By this, after a few seconds, you hear like a chair scrape as the third one gets up, and again, you don't see him. He's still around the corner, but like, assumedly, he moved to join them by the door. You'll have to make every time you cast it. You're gonna have to make another stealth check. At any point, you might fuck up and give yourself away. This is a risky plan, I will say. It would be more risky for anyone else. All right. Are you doing it from the same spot, or are you moving any? Okay. Okay. So you move a couple steps to like the side of the house, kind of between them, and you do it again. And I will give the first two of them a perception. Very good, very good. Um, so yeah, they'll kind of like take a few steps out towards it while you have it lit up, and then you extinguish it again. And by the time you extinguish, they stop and they're looking around, and then they kind of start like running towards where it was. And like slowly, the third one is following. Kind of like slowly behind him, like they're running, he's still walking, but the third one is following. Yeah, you're um okay. Let's say like into houses. I'm gonna need you to make some breaking and entering checks. All right. We'll do two more rounds. We'll say assuming that you, yeah, okay, okay. Um, technically they could still. I mean, that counts for one. All right, yeah, you good. I'll give you the last one with advantage. Waiting for it. And like technically they have a chance. No. Yeah. All right. So yeah, you managed to lead them out to kind of like You know, let's for the moment, let's throw it back on the town map. All right, so you managed to kind of lead them out under these like trees over here, kind of almost near the wall. So we'll just move that one. That'll represent the group of them. Oh, there. I gotta constantly fucking gotta keep my attention split between two different windows of the game, so I keep missing things. All right. As you open the chest, make an investigation first of all. Just very quickly. You're not actually investigating. I'm just saying it's like a quick, like at a glance investigation. And then I need everyone to start telling me what the guards had of theirs to remind me. Okay. Okay. Braddock. Oh yeah, yes. Braddock, what all did they take from you? I think you. I think. Or okay. I say take. I say take from you. What all did you give to the guard? Okay. Um. The rest of it was like just mundane gear. Okay. And then Sam, what all did you give up? Okay. And you got a 13 investigation. At a glance, like opening this chest, looking in, first thing, like your belongings are mixed with others. As you're looking for your first priority, you notice Nick's spellbook is not in the chest. Your rapier is not in the chest. Braddock's mace, his long sword, his shield, none of that in the chest. Your bow is in the chest. Nick's crossbow not in the chest. Ray's orb is in the chest. And then all of oh yeah, Cygnus's halberd is leaning kind of like off to the side. Um, yeah, like it's covered in like some weird fungus. They're as cool as a halberd is, they're not gonna mess with that too much. It's near the chest, visible. All of Braddock's like mundane gear, or most of Braddock's mundane gear is there. No spellbook, no rapier, none of Braddock's weaponry. All right. I will allow you to make one more investigation. No. As you like very quickly out of the corner of your eyes, you turn to leave. You notice at the far back table, kind of in front of what would be a makeshift jail cell, which is like a row of iron bars that have kind of like been like installed into the back wall of the guardhouse. You notice at this table, underneath another book. Sorry, on top of another book, but underneath a small stack of like wet beer bottles is Nix's book, currently being used as a coaster. You may make a stealth as you leave, assuming you want to be stealthy. This would be one of your normal stealth, so it's a normal, which is at advantage. at advantage because you have your cloak. Like this is just a normal roll, which you have advantage because of your cloak. A 20. Okay. You do. As you leave, you do notice that they are returning, but they're not running to the guardhouse. They're kind of like talking to each other, walking back. Like, yeah, I mean, we all saw those weird lights, but we got there and there was nothing. Like, they're talking about your distraction, and like clearly they don't notice you as you kind of like dart around the door to the corner, and kind of like make your way behind the nearby house and kind of scurry your way back to the inn. It's not terribly difficult for you to see the guards patrolling and searching as you make your way back and avoid them. So you can return to the inn. Uh, make one. Good. Yeah. All right. So you make your way all the way back to the inn. You arrive to the inn to find your doors locked. Oh yeah, Braddock is standing in front of it. It was just you don't have a key. Yeah, you don't have a key. Nix, you are asleep. Nix, I thought you were going to sleep. You never see Hannah's return. I, I I think Sam's just like passive stealth modifier beats your passive perception. Actually, no, your passive. Actually, yeah, never mind. Yeah, is 11. Yeah, so like a passive stealth would be a 21. Yeah, so yeah, like yeah. Eventually, Hannah does return. You are more distracted by like you're keeping an eye out for Hannah, but like every time you see a guard move looking around, you can't help but like follow them and get distracted. Um, and then you hear Hannah call out. You hear Hannah call out, and Nyx opens the door telekinetically. Braddock, all of a sudden, as you're standing in front of the door, behind you, you hear Hannah, and then the door opens. After you hear Hannah, you then see Hannah, and you realize that you've been looking at Hannah for a few minutes. You just like didn't recognize, like some part of your brain was just like turned off, and you just didn't realize that you were looking right at her until she like announced herself. It is quite literally the opposite of everything your paladin order trained you for. Um, Nyx, there are like wet rings on the back cover of your spellbook. Some of the edges of some of the pages are a little damp. And like Nyx, this is an old school orb. It is like a fucking 5 pound You haven't seen one of these since you were at Madame Ava's tent. Like you don't know any modern wizard who uses one of these as a casting focus. It is old school. You could use this like more effectively as a bludgeoning instrument. Like this thing is like the size of Hannah's entire head as she holds it up. All right, worrying parent, your child has returned home safe. Yeah, no, there's like which Cygnus can tell you from her vigil by the window. Not a single guard like noticed Hannah, let alone followed her back to the inn. Okay. You know what? Make an athletics. I'll give you advantage because um, Boney James is helping push it out. Okay, yeah, you're good. I will say now that you have managed to both successfully, you have managed to successfully push this pretzel into and out of your bag of holding. You won't have to make checks anymore. So, like the bones and muscle have been stretched and torn and like folded enough that you can just like as you know as long as you have the help of the skeletons in the bag, you can just freely maneuver this in and out. Uh huh. Ooh, okay. You cast Speak with Dead. As you do so, Cygnus, you notice like it seems that the candle burning in your room that has been providing light. It seems like the shadows along the wall start to stretch and encroach on the center of the room. While the flame itself does not change, it seems like the light emanating from the candle is just ever so darker as the shadows kind of coalesce and almost like they're reaching hands out towards Nyx's bed. And as she does so, you hear her muttering to herself in that strange kind of like guttural hissing language that she always uses when casting a spell. And ever so suddenly, like with another sound of like a cracking neck, of cracking bones, just snap, snap. You hear like the jaw crack as it moves to the side, setting itself back in place on this corpse. And in the one eye that is revealed from the broken side of the mask, the flesh like burned and stringy across its face, you see a faint dim green ring appear around the pupil as like the jaw cracks open just and it is just looking at you silently. My name is Richt von Himmel. one. I think you get 4 questions. 5. Okay. 4. So 1 down, 4 to go. I was sent by Arigal, leader of the Vastani. I was promised passage from these dark lands back to where I came if I succeeded. I know not how long has passed since my death. I had received the request an hour before carrying out my orders. A little over an hour before I died. The order was given shortly after the 2 strangers departed from the camp. I was not. I only know what I saw in life. I had overheard a woman's voice making a veiled threat against Argal. She requested the return of the book. She did not betray her emotions, but due to my astute training, I could tell by the clenching of her fist for just a moment when he said that he had given it as a reward for his daughter's return, that she was quite angry. Nevertheless, she promised him riches and reward if he retrieved the book and returned it to her. This is why he asked to trade for it. He went out of his way to acquire many valuable items that he was going to put on offer, and he was quite upset when your friends returned with the news that they did not have the book with them and would not be trading it. He did not wish to betray the friendship that he had made. He seemed quite emotionally anguished when he made the decision to have me and my compatriot steal it from you. We were told in and out, quick and quiet, do not cause a scene. But knowing what information we had on your friends, we had hoped when we had broken in that we would find that small fox here asleep with you. We had plans to finish our original mission and kill her before we left, but she was gone already. We were sent by our teacher, Asimov. Asimov had set up a false job. Was supposed to be an easy political assassination of a corrupt noble. Asimov relayed this information. Oh, I gotta fucking open notes. Hold on a minute. He relayed this information to Binhart and Tiny Tom, his fellow leaders of our troop. Binhart and Tiny Tom took one apprentice, Binhart's pupil, the Fox Girl, with them on this mission, but it was a setup. They were all to die, but apparently she lived. She left the Order, but Asimov did not trust her. He wanted loose ends to be dealt with, so he tasked Kirst and myself to track her down and silence her to make sure that anything she saw would never come to the light of day. We tracked her to the gate to these lands. We had almost killed her before she met you and others. We could not get in through the gates. The mist stopped us until we saw another group, the Vistani, passing through. They agreed to take us inside. We paid them gold. We did not know that we would be trapped. For a month we have been working for Aragal, promising us to let us out. We have been accruing his favor, and finally we would be set free if we retrieved the book. As the light begins to fade from his eye, you hear another crack, and suddenly one of the pretzeled limbs moves. You could tell that it would be trying to strangle you if the muscle and bone had not been twisted so badly. Instead, the hand backwards just barely manages to rest like the side of the palm where it connects to the pinky against your cheek, dragging blood down as the hand kind of falls beneath its own lack of muscle. And the eyes flare up for a second. It's just, will you give us the book? And the light fades and silence. The last vestiges of the personality held before death as the flame is snuffed out of your spell, the magic having run its course and achieved its goal. No. And as you push him back in, you like as you open the bag, almost like giving a dog a treat. You see the hands of Boney James like partially pushing through the bag as you open it, ready to pull his soon-to-be comrade back down into the bag with him. You like you like watch like as you like look into the bag as they're just kind of like floating in this like this space. You see like purples and blues and blacks, almost like a nebulous nova in space, just like this ever changing, slightly psychedelic pattern of arcane and void energy for the space that they're stuffed in. And you watch as he like takes one of the arms and like closes his jaw on it, but like lacking ligaments and tendons and muscle. The bite just doesn't have the strength to tear any flesh. So instead, you just kind of hear like a clacking as like it just opens and closes its jaw over and over again. Like almost as though it took your words as like an order to strip the flesh from him. So Boney James is attempting to do so as inefficiently as he possibly can. And it begins to like kind of swim around searching for the knife as you leave. And then soon you will just have like loose human flesh floating around in your bag. Well, I guess half elf technically, but half human. You know, it comes up fairly often in my games for some reason. Oh, yeah, like 9 times. I think like okay, I think like 6 times, 5 or 6 times out of 7, I have given a bag of holding. It's just randomly had flesh in it. Like once was gnome, once was orphan meat. Oh, that's lovely. Well, gee, I wonder who. I wonder who has such a great grasp of economics. And economics and game balance and economy balance and reward balance. And like somehow Hannah manages to sleep through this entire thing. She's asleep just curled around Ray's orb because it's too big to just fit in her bag. So so perfectly round that if you let it go, it would surely roll off and just roll around the floor permanently. Never finding like a comfortable place to settle, it would just forever roll back and forth on the ground. All right, so any other excitement for the night? Congratulations, you've successfully cast Speak with Dead for the first time. If you wanted to, yeah. You most definitely would have heard like the sound of the limb snapping and stuff. That's not quiet. Okay. Um, then yeah. I know I promised you guys that I wasn't going to do any backstory stuff with your characters for this campaign, but surprise, motherfuckers, I've done backstory work. For at least half of you, I have actively, because of how my ADHD brain works when I'm note planning, going off on random side tangents, have actually planned some backstory work. Oh, you I haven't. You I haven't. Except for you. I'll say most of the backstory work I've done is connected to Session 0. People Session Zeros, so. Like, I've only done backstory work for Hannah because, like, as I was writing, like, I've had, like, literally in my notes, probably since, like, Session 1, I've had, like, in within my notes of Valaki, I've had the two assassins that have been trying to find Hannah from her backstory and Session Zero had actually met some Vistani along their travels and were, as a result, taken to the Vistani camp outside Valaki. I had intended in your original timeline for you guys to find them and just never checked my notes that I had put this. So I forgot about it, but when I found it when I was getting things ready, I'm like, oh, I'm going to run with that this time because I literally made that way back when. So I brought them back into play finally. And as I was writing, because of how cool Obsidian is, as I was taking notes, I named the two of them, and I made like a note for the name of them. And as I started like, okay, well, let me fill out a little bit, of their story, so I know of them. And like as I was doing so, I came up with the names for their boss, Asimov, and then I came up with, and then I came up with the, then I, no. No. All you really missed was me once again glazing how cool Obsidian is for ADHD note taking. Like basically, I came up with the idea. So as I was deciding to use it this time, when I found it again, deciding to use it this time, I was writing it in the notes that they would be the ones coming because like I honestly. I didn't even write what would happen. Like, I wrote out some options of what you guys could trade the Tome of Strahd for, but I'm like, there's no way you're trading it. So I only planned for what would happen if you didn't trade it. And that would be him sending the two of them to come and find you. And if Hannah was there when they came to steal it, then even though they were told to not cause a scene, they were going to try to kill Hannah in her sleep. Possibly would have succeeded if she was asleep. But Hannah wasn't there, so instead they just tried to steal it. And then you guys managed to stop them. But like as I was writing these, note plans out, as I was writing about them, I made a note for their names, and then I started to like write their backstory from the Session Zero and like some of their time under Argol in the Vistani camp. And as that happened, naturally, I like had to come up with their backstory, like their name, so I named their boss. And as I'm writing for their boss, I come up with the name of Hannah's mentor and like the third person who was like the balance of the leadership. Oh well, I named him Tiny. Oh, I named him Ben Hart. I didn't remember shit. I'll change it. Ben Hart. Ben Hart will effectively be named. Yeah, that works. Joseph Ben Hart. And then Tiny Tom's like come up like Tiny in air quotes Tom, a big motherfucker, literally a Goliath rogue, because basically taking I didn't remember the name of your Goliath rogue from that one shot, but I'm like he's gonna be the third leader, Tiny Tom. Uh, so I came up with an unnecessary amount of backstory for it, just fucking ADHD note taking. Aragel, Aragel, like yeah, you left hating him, and then you heard like yeah he said like not long after you two left, he ordered these two to go steal the book tonight. So Braddock just like completely ignored the part of like he was in great anguish about betraying you. Like that part fell on deaf ears. Braddock was just fixated on oh he did it. Just the name repeating louder and louder in his head. This knife is hurting me so much right now as it's being plunged into you. Can't you see? Can't you see how much pain I'm in? How dare you make me do this to you? Oath of Vengeance. He doesn't follow it. Paladins don't actually. Yeah, paladins don't actually have to follow a god. They follow the oath. A lot of them are bound to gods. It's very stereotypical. But a paladin doesn't actually have to pledge their service to a god. Specifically, he pledged. Let's say. No, specifically, Braddock pledged his service to Lord Argynvost. Well, okay. Let's say, like, you wouldn't know he was called the Silver Dragon. It was like, yeah, no offense, like, Braddock. I'll have to do some research. I don't know if he ever actually revealed himself. If I said so, I might have misspoke. It would have only been like your mentor and a couple other like very high paladins who would have known the truth of him. Basically, the paladins who followed him from outside of Barovia would know. I do know that when Strahd killed him, he was in his silver dragon form, but I don't remember if technically, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think he actually took part. Which then again, I guess if he died in that battle, then I guess you could have. Yeah, you know what? For the sake of it, we'll say yeah he died in the battle that you died in. Basically, your entire order was just wiped out in that battle. That's where he died. And yeah, he as like his trump card, he revealed his true form, uh, and it still didn't really amount to much against Strahd. Yes. Uh, well, you guys effectively, you would have died outside the gates to Castle Ravenloft, because that's where the army would have mustered up its force and marched to, and then that was met with one more name you can add that you would know. The leader of Strahd's forces of night creatures, his castellan Rahadin. Rahadin. But anywho, that's side tangent. Yeah, but yeah, so yeah, you overheard that. You whether it fell on deaf ears or not, you technically overheard Hannah's backstory, or parts of it. You at least now know, not having really known much about her, you at least now know why she was, what she was fleeing from. Like whenever she kind of like you met the party after they had already been in Barovia, and over the travel you had kind of heard from some of them, like you'd heard Nyx mention she came here because she was looking for power. This is a land of death. She does death. You had heard Raymond talk about looking for his mother and sister with Gabriel. You had heard Cygnus was looking for her mentor Magnus. You never really heard Hannah talk about why she was here. She had just kind of ended up here. And I mean, that's fair. Since you've known them, they've been attached at the hip. A very long umbilical cord. Very long. But yeah. So, yeah. Morning. Put the morning. There's so many connections on my little obsidian map. Yeah. Oh. I mean, I guess. Well, I guess as long as you don't have to make any rolls, it works. Like, just don't touch anything, and it'll only work until you need to make a roll. So I guess no reading the book for you today. Otherwise, you have to use Hannah's intelligence. Actually, Nick's and Cygnus and Braddock still, which Braddock only needs 4 hours, so yeah, he would wake up before Hannah. The only one that actually will wake up before Hannah is Ray. No. They there will be some festivities throughout the day, but most of the booths won't open until about noon, and then the festival actually kicks off at dusk. So, Ray, or I guess technically Braddock, you're assuming not long after the Ray's dead is when you take your 4 hour power nap. You were technically the first to wake up. Yeah. Just still sitting outside the door. Okay. All right. Make me an investigation. And while you roll that, I'll go and tell you. So the first thing you notice when you wake up is train of thought. Shit, hold on. Uh, Sorry, I got distracted by Discord. Someone subbed during the stream, and they joined my Discord, and then I guess they apparently immediately left my Discord. So I had just noticed the notifications, and I went to check, and I was about to just send like a wave in the Discord, and noticed they're already gone. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. I mean, I ain't gonna cry about it if they don't want to stick around. Like, because I'm obviously actively doing something during the stream. If they don't want to stick around until I'm at least able to acknowledge them, then that's their own thing. Like, obviously, if you're going to join something and then leave immediately because someone didn't say hi to you or whatever, then clearly you're just in it for attention and not actually you don't actually care. So. Anyway, so the first thing you notice upon waking up is you notice the two boys, one like an early teenager, the other one, well, not an early teenager, the other one, like probably around 10, 9 or 10. But the two boys of the innkeeper, his sons, wake up. They leave their room. Let me go back to the inn map now. Need to remember to do this more often. Remember to change things. But they leave from their door across across the way over there. They leave from their room, and then they go out, and you assume they're just going to either help their father down below, or they are going out to start things early for the day. Um, so they go, and then you go do your perimeter check. You made your investigation of an 8, a 6. Might I ask why you manually rolled it? Yeah, but you should have just been able to click. Yeah, you click the skill on Roll20 and it would roll it. He's not using he updated his character sheet earlier. He's not using D&D Beyond right now. Yeah, if you just click the name. Yeah, just click the name of the skill and it'll roll it. It was investigation. Yeah, right next. Hey, look at that, so much better. So with an 18, the only thing Actually, you know what? Let me make an investigation for the guards real fast to see if they would have found it first last night. I will give them 3 checks to beat your 18. If not, you get it. Okay, okay. They actually managed to find it first. So they're what you see like in some grass, like probably over here. Actually, you would be on the ground floor. So probably like over like he doesn't have guidance. No, I said I thought he might if he had that fighting style, but he does not have guidance. So like over around here in the grass. Yeah. So like immediately next to the building, you find the outline in the grass of what looks like it would have been like a short, like a long dagger or a short sword. But it, obviously all that you find is the indent in the grass, meaning that someone had already picked it up. Whether that means the guards found it, or they came back and retrieved it, or even a kid found it this morning, you don't really know. But you can find you can tell the indent was there. It was laying there for some time, and you can assume it was probably a weapon carried by one of the two. Based on the fact that it's over here, it would have been probably dropped by the one that did not get killed. It had a yeah, it had it kind of like a snake, like not super curved, but kind of like a snake kind of curved blade, almost like an S in it. And based on like some discoloration of the grass, it looks like near the point of where the blade would have been laying by the outline, the some of the grass is kind of turned gray and looks kind of thin and dead. You can infer that there might have been poison on the blade that like seeped into the grass. I don't know. Yes. Uh huh. I don't know. Ah, yes, that word. All right. All right, you got a nice sizable piece of wood in your hands. Mm. You gonna rub your hands all over it to shape it? Mm. What are you shaping it into? Okay, a one-handed club, if you will. Okay. Well, seeing as you've been walking around town with a chair leg on your belt for quite a while. You didn't wake up, a few days ago, you didn't wake up with a chair leg on your belt, but it felt weird not having it there, so you quickly put it back. It's a good thing that Ray hasn't been back to that room to find the chair broken and missing. He doesn't know. He didn't know what the innkeeper meant whenever he was told you're going to have to pay for that. He just assumed he meant it. He just assumed he thought it was something obscene and went with it. All right, Ray, you are next awake. Uh, due to would you have tried to patch things up with Ismark before going to bed? Make a flat persuasion. Actually, not even a persuasion. Just make a flat charisma. Oh, 21. Okay, you managed. Like he was still upset whenever you went to bed. Like it was like it wasn't quite the same as like the "Are you okay? I'm fine," but still kind of a bitchy attitude. Like women. He was still kind of upset, but like he said he was fine and he meant it. And by the time you wake up, he did eventually join you in your sleep. Both of you are still like mostly dressed because you had put your clothes back on before actually going to sleep. But he does have like his head like asleep on your chest. There was like a couple strands of his long blonde hair that managed to like get into his mouth, so it's like just kind of like stuck to the side of his mouth as he's sleeping. Um, the rest of it's kind of like tussled around. Uh, but like eventually he did eventually like join you, like kind of cuddled up with you a little bit as you were asleep. Seemingly he has more or less forgiven you. It's not the worst thing he had in his hair last night. Yeah. It's like 10 and like I mean you have no way of telling time in Barovia, but like it's like 10 in the morning. Stop begging. Go lay down. Go lay down. Go lay down. Yeah. All right. Braddock, you would just come back up, from your little thing. You had sat down and you had been carving for a few minutes. So there's like, not like a pile, but there's a few loose wood shavings kind of like around you on the floor as you're carving the wood when Ray leaves Ismark's room. Yeah. As you talk, as you look suspiciously, just like as he has been idly carving this while like kind of trapped in his own head thinking about things. Suspiciously, he says a little club, and you do kind of like tell it is club shaped, but suspiciously, this club is loosely in the shape of a chair leg. Like not fully there. It's not like a completed chair leg, but you can kind of see like subconsciously the outline of a chair leg is starting to present itself. I wasn't gonna make you make a check, but by all means, go ahead and make me a check for how well you're making your club. Yep. We'll say dexterity. We'll say dex. I think. I, and Hannah didn't bring them back. Yes, dexterity. He has a dagger. He's using a dagger. He just has a dagger. Yeah. Okay. And then you get a D4. Okay. All right. Yeah. So yeah, you're making good progress. Doing pretty good. Making But yeah, as you look down suspiciously, like you hadn't intended to at all. You just like, if anything, you just meant to turn what was a kind of squarish piece of wood into like a less squarish piece of wood. And as you look down suspiciously, it is chair leg shape. Like again, while it is chair leg shape, it is definitively more of a club than your chair leg alone would have been. It has a thicker head to it. Like, if anything, only the handle part, instead of it just being like a straight, like, drop down, like, almost like a cone going down to a handle, you've subconsciously added like a curve to it, and then kind of like a foot, we're at the bottom of the handle. And because you carved it by hand, it does like perfectly fit the grip of your hand. So you have you've spent, we'll say, 2 hours while you wait until Nyx gets up to carve this, and you have finished. You do have a club, which I think is a 1d6 bludgeoning weapon. Everything everything changed. Everything stayed the same. Oh, you look over your mobile armory, and you point at one and like, you're my favorite child today. Ah, it is but a bludgeoning dagger. Does it, like, what, takes 5 feet of speed away from people? Same thing as you got the other day. Like, yep. Yeah, that's what I was asking. Like, are you trying to get less food or just the same amount as? Because if it's the same, then yeah, it'll just be another 1 gold. Okay. Like, fucking South Park Canadian opens her head, stuffs the food in, closes around it. And like, it'll be gone in a few hours. Um. All right, so Nyx, Cygnus, you two are the next. Sam, you would be the next up, but assuming you want to sleep in, then Nyx and Cygnus are next. Okay. Oh no, Nix, your long rest is like 30 minutes short. You have been interrupted. What do you do? Yeah. All right. So yeah, you wake up. Everything. You stay in the room with Nix, or do you go ahead and go down to eat? As you arrive at the table with Ray about the time that the older son is bringing out all of the food. And it slowly start like you notice the table isn't perfectly level because it slowly starts to roll. You just like open your bag of holding at the edge of the table and it just rolls into it. Yeah, here in America we call them like an apple cobbler or an apple crumble, Sam. Okay. They come in like little plastic doesn't exist, so they come in like little small square wooden like they're obviously meant to be like disposable wooden bowls. Trash them, burn them, break them, whatever you want. Actually, you know what? Here's a really fun display. They are served instead in a hollowed out apple that is like still structurally intact. Smart, smart. Yeah, you're welcome. I thought of that on the fly. You're welcome. There's just like as you holding up, there's just like the blinking outline of where it used to be in your hand. It's like for the moment you just heard the sound of like what sounded like a vacuum being turned on, and fucking Hannah's cheeks are puffed out like fucking Kirby, just chewing it in one bite. Um, oh, with the topic of sweetness today being the harvest festival, which you guys would overhear the name of, people talking about it excitedly as it begins today. The name of the harvest festival is the reaping of grain. Uh, and as today is the reaping of grain, the food set out before you is much nicer. Like there is fresh sausages. There is obviously not served with milk. No, there are no beans today. Uh, there are no eggs. There is several different kinds of bread and toast. There is what could effectively be called mini wheats. There is like a rolled wheat biscuit. Um, there is milk, but it's not like served in a bowl with milk. The concept of cereal doesn't exist. But there are like cereal pieces. There are grainy, like kind of sweetened, like basically what would be cereal. But the concept of like eating cereal with milk is not a common practice. So there is milk and fresh apple juice at the table. There's also a pitcher of warmed beer served with breakfast, as that is a grain dish. But most things are grain themed. Mostly lots of different breads and dry cereals are served. There is also oatmeal, as oats are a kind of grain. So there's like, a large vat of oatmeal. There's also a small bowl. While it is generally very expensive, today being what it is, there is a small bowl of cereal and a small bowl of like sticks of butter that have been cut into like smaller pads, ready serve on the table. Just look at the market and go, what the fuck? Oh, and sorry, there are also fresh fruits, a variety of fresh fruits. All right, now. You know what, Sam, make me a flat charisma check if you would. 19. As by the time you finish the first one, just looking around with your passive perception, you notice like a few people are looking curiously, and some of like the kids who are here eating, like have ordered breakfast and stuff because there's more people here than normal. The place is getting like by the time, which by this point Nyx and Cygnus would be waking up. By the time that they are waking up, not even joined you yet. The place is pretty full. Um, okay, well you go down. Yeah, now you have. Because you stayed awake while Nyx was doing her ritual last night, so you two both went to sleep later than Signet or than Hannah did. So yeah, you two wake up pretty much at the same time, around the same time, and y'all can go down. But by the time y'all go down, the place is pretty full, and some of the kids are kind of beginning to imitate the way Hannah was eating her sausages, basically making like breakfast kind of hot dogs out of various kinds of bread. Some of them have taken to like experimenting themselves. They took like a dinner roll and like hollowed out a small hole for the sausage. Some of them have begun to add like syrup over the top of it. Like, getting creative with it, but inspired by Hannah's breakfast hot dog, a new kind of food that they had never seen or thought of before. Oh. You are welcome to try. Yeah. That's what that charisma is for, by the way, Ray. Oh, there's also pancakes. No, I've given him all the tools he needs. But they're not flat sausages. They're sausage like they're sausage links. Thought of everything. All right. There, like as she began to wave, there was a pancake at the end of a fork. By the time her hand finishes the first back and forth, it is gone. Okay. I meant you're like holding the pancake in the hand you weren't waving with, and in the time it took you to do one wave, you inhaled the entire pancake. Funny enough, I didn't expect you to start the breakfast hot dog. I did, mentioning that people don't eat cereal with milk. I did expect you to start the bowl of cereal. A meat Twinkie. A minky, if you will. Walkers. There's the caramel. Oh, there's sweet and hard, all right. Make me a flat charisma. Make a flat charisma. Oh, oh, I forgot everything was frozen. I naturally assumed that you had fixed it during that time. Oh, um, yeah, I mean, Guy almost saved your life with this phone once. You saved Raymond's life. Oh, right, right. I had forgotten that you wanted the skeleton. um, yeah, yeah, you gotta. All right. You can tell that due to Nyx's gloomy and kind of creepy disposition, the kids are naturally like very wary and averse to Nyx, but they're still naturally curious enough that following watching like Nyx's strange display of drowning these dried grain pieces with milk, they begin to do the same as well, and thus cereal has been born. Mystery meat. Ah, yes. Actually, but say you wouldn't have to because pretty much all, like not all of them, but like a lot of the breads that you had bought a loaf of for yourself, there are now like presented to you for breakfast, being the reaping of grain. There are a variety of bread loaves that are presented as part of your breakfast, both in toasted and non-toasted variants. Do you want to have to roll for it, or do you just want to enjoy it? No, true. All right. Yeah. Yes. The bread is quite enjoyable. Some of it is a little tough. Some of it is very soft. Some of it is very flaky. Yeah, I mean, if you say so. Some of it is faintly sweet. Some of it is a little salty. And then some of it has like spices in it. No. A specific corner is just a little buttery. It's the everything bread. Didn't you know? It had to come from somewhere. Um, the one seat that is left. So like basically, with there being 5 of you, there is one empty seat at one side, and as an Ismark is still asleep. As an elder half elf gentleman comes into the bar. He looks around. Give me a minute, and I will find his description. All right. So he is elder. He is like starting to bald a little bit on top of his hair. But he keeps his hair like slicked back, almost anime style, like slicked back to like that point behind his head. He has uh, yeah, honestly, yeah, like a duck butt. Yeah. Uh, he has mutton chops. Like you could tell, it might have been a full beard. It might not grow in fully in the center, or it might have been shaved intentionally. But he has like thick mutton chops that connect to the back of his hair. He wears circular spectacles. He has a very like sharp, angular features, a very pointed nose. The slightly pointed tips of his ears are hidden within his hair. Um, he wears like a nice, finely tailored brown leather coat. He walks with a cane and a slight limp. He wears like very fine steel-toed boots. Like you can tell it's mostly for decoration, but there's like a small, thin. Actually, sorry, not steel. Steel wouldn't really exist yet. It would be, I guess, silver in this case. Silver tipped boots that are like it's kind of like a plate that is decoratively around the toe of the boot. Silver being a generally softer metal, it wouldn't provide much function beyond appearance, but like if something were dropped on his foot, it would provide a little bit of safety to it. They're like very fine laced boots rather than like solid boots, and like fine brown trousers. He carries like a thick journal that he keeps clutching as he looks around, seeing where Ismark would normally be, the only seat left. He wanders up and just, "Do you mind if I sit here and join you? Place is rather full this morning, it would seem." "I have heard that is part of what has brought me here. Been, I have heard stories on my travels of this festival, and these lands are so destitute and so desolate. I have been quite itching for some sort of celebration." Oh, we lost Guy. He's gone. They took him. I know. Um, I've been here for probably a few months by now. I came in with some Vistani, and they were fine fellows for a while, but I caught them pilfering around in my in my wagon, and I was not a fan of that. So I have taken my leave, and sooner or later I will pay them to get me out of these lands. But for the meantime, I have been traveling and seeing what they have to offer. in the ways of stories. He's still like standing at the end of the bench. Ah, thank you. This old knee as he kind of like taps the cane, like next to his knee, like not like on his knee, but kind of like in the air next to it. It doesn't hold the weight like it used to. As he takes a seat, he pulls like a small page out of like a loose page out of his journal and slides it over for you to read. And he goes, "I am a bard by trade. I like to hear heroic tales, or like he hands you that one. Like that is one written on a banshee. I like to hear the stories of monsters of legend, and those who fall prey or heroically best them. I find it an entertaining way to spread accurate information to the people." Mm. Um, what you read, yeah, what you read, sadly, it doesn't actually contain like a lot of information on like if you were to try to go hunt a banshee. It does. You do gather from. Actually, make me a nature check with advantage as you read it. Yes, yes, you can. As a matter of fact, as you do so, he would recognize the spell and just commend you on your use of guidance. So from it, you again, like while it isn't, this isn't like it's written, firsthand, as though he has written down someone's firsthand recount of witnessing a banshee attack. And aside from the fact that their corporeal swords and spears passed through the creature, it seemingly took no injury. The person who was telling him the story, they tell of them hiding, barely managing to peek out. So most of it, they're just listening, and they heard this ear-piercing scream that made them curl up and cover their ears. And after the scream, when they looked back, all those who had been trying to kill the banshee were just dead, and the banshee was gone. Uh, Unfortunately, you don't find. I don't necessarily enjoy. I like embellishment. I don't like falsehoods, and you don't find many good tales of happy endings. At least not in Barovia. Uh, That is the that would be something. Enjoy some. I would enjoy at least having a happy end to the book when I finish it. A collection of well, yes, a collection of stories of my travels through Barovia. Not necessarily of events that happened to me, but of stories of Barovians and travelers alike within these lands that I overcome, or that I come over. I was about to. I was about to say the same. He reaches out, and you can tell his hands, like, especially for a rider as a bard, his hands are like grizzled, and they are like calloused, and they are muscular. Not like overtly muscular, but like they're not the soft hands. Yeah, yeah, like more use than just a pin. Like if you gather anything, it's like while he may not be a fighter, he could at the very least swing a sword with these hands. Um, Rictavio, traveling bard. I have not. I've heard that they are fantastic for snake problems. I I haven't heard of any of them gracing these lands in hundreds of years. It is strange that someone from here would know of them. Oh, I've heard tell you, this adventurer, Roxina. I've heard the name. A miscreant in these parts. Ah, well, Rock, it is nice to meet you. Rictavio at your service. Yes, he will shake any hands offered. He will offer some of his stories for reading for anyone interested. Uh, I like you already. One of my favorite things to say is knowing is half the battle. You you lose 100% of the fights you don't prepare for. And whether, even if you never come across any of these creatures in these lands in my tales, just knowing of them means in that off chance you do, you will be that much more prepared to at least make it out alive, even if you don't kill it. Because if you live, then the fight is never truly over. You will always get another chance. Precisely. Okay. And story. Good. No nymphs. There's a story about this terrifying dryad who sends carnivorous plant monsters after people. No, Versil is not actually a story in them. It was just a joke. You do actually. You know what? I will allow. Who all is interested in the stories? I imagine not Hannah. Who all is interested in the stories? Uh huh. Uh huh. Clever. You know what? Make a persuasion. I will say a flat check. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. He thanks you, and he will begin to join. Like he had been waiting, to place his own order, but offering, he will partake. He eats like you can tell he eats rather light. Like he eats filling, but he goes more for. He doesn't like grab the fresh bread. He'll eat like the dry wheat cereal and the fruits. He eats to be filled, but not anything that would like weigh him down per se. Like it. Yeah, the things that would like give you energy and stuff like that. Like, while you can tell he has some issue walking. In the event like he had to, I said like he eats like for the stuff that would give energy. Like you can tell while he has some issue walking. In the event that he had to run, he is ready for it. Um, he and as you ask Hana, he for just you know what? Actually, because you're all here, I will allow you all to make an insight. Braddock, you're not gonna join in? Oh, there it is. Damn. So Nyx, thumbing through pages of stories, isn't looking at him. Uh, Everyone else, all of you are surprisingly perceptive enough to notice for a moment as Hannah asks her question, there is like a brief moment, almost like a twitch of his eyebrow, before he's like back to his like, stoic expression. Um, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and like so, like but to the rest of them, like you guys just hear Hannah's like completely normal her completely normal question, and like so to you, you all catch like a twitch of his eyebrow. You might infer different things, like okay, maybe he has some sort of like like maybe he has some medical issue. Maybe it might have something to do with the reason he has like walking issues with like his knee or something, some muscular issues. You make your own inferences. Only Hannah would really, pick up on like the timing of the eyebrow tick is in response with her coded question. Um, he will answer you. So sorry. Would you mind your open question? What was that? Okay, yeah, stories. So So he'll begin going off into a short bard's tale about his travels. So you all would get to hear, various stories, meeting, people. Basically, he goes over like the short time leading to him coming to Barovia. His travels upon meeting the Vistani, hearing some of their stories about the lands, as a story collector, like the things that interested him, hearing about, ghosts and werewolves and the undead, all in one place. These mists, these oppressive mists that don't let you leave. So he goes into detail about that. Hannah, hidden amongst like small syllables here and there, leading what you hear is he has kept a close eye on the castle. He has not managed to find any successful entrance of his own. He is, most curious to hear if you know anything, but more importantly, he is curious to know why you would like to get into the castle. And, why you were asking in such a coded manner. Uh, uh, you all should have seen that pop up, by the way. There is your kind gentleman. He would specifically, like in response to Hannah's question, he would specifically go on about stories about bears, even telling of a smaller, medium sized, so like still person sized, but compared to other species of bears, a smaller bear, much more ferocious than any kind of bear he's ever met before. These bears will climb using their like sharp, crooked claws. They will climb to the roofs of caves that they sleep in. When they hear prey entering, they will climb up to trees and hang from under sturdy, thick branches until something passes below. Then they will let go, dropping onto the unsuspecting prey, where they sink their claws into the heads and peel the flesh and hair as they fall to the ground in one go. These terrifying, ferocious ambush predators called drop bears. That's what you all hear. What you hear, Hannah, is he invites you to come speak with him later during the festival when people will be more distracted. With less eyes on, he would be able to answer your questions and have you answer his more efficiently um, later. Rather than sitting here trying to carry a coded conversation in front of all your companions who clearly haven't caught on. I can't say that I have seen any, but I have heard that they may be in the Barovian woods. Um, oh no, no, I mean, certainly hope not for a night of celebrations and merriment. Most of these creatures would kill a crowd quicker than you could kill a cookie. But, but certainly hope not. I am not putting on a show. I have simply come. Festivals attract many people. And these lands are quite depressing. I was hoping to maybe find some happier stories in my travel. Not all of my stories are about monsters and adventure, but most of them certainly are. Perhaps tonight I might find a more local tale on the people and how they spend their downtime. All right. Um, so, Nix, I assume that you've been thumbing through the pages. I assume that Ray joined you as a monster hunter. All right, the two of you may make me a flat nature check each, and I will, if you succeed, I will tell you each about another monster that you read about. These are his Barovian tales specifically. Okay. Sure. I don't know if it'll help. Yeah. Um, so I will say like what you are able to gain, Ray, is the name of the creature in your story, which you're reading a story on an account of a werewolf hunt. Um, you don't gain anything that you didn't already know as a monster hunter. Werewolves, lycanthropes in general, being quite a popular breed all across the world. Um, what you did know already is that normal weapons, or at least from you've never encountered one, from all the accounts that you have uncovered, it seems like weapons don't hurt werewolves. Magic is the better way to hunt them. um, and like so what you are able to gain from reading this is like their swords glanced off its hide with sparks. um, so like it didn't seem hurt by their weapons. There was tale of one of these soldiers having a family heirloom, a sword that glowed blue in the moonlight, casting off the moonlight that it gathered to cast light around the person. So obviously a magical weapon. Not obviously you wouldn't know that that is a very common enchantment. It's just a moon touch. It's a magic weapon. Uh, uh, and it was able to like whether or not it doesn't say that like cut through the beast like butter, but it does state that it was a sword that managed to leave a couple cuts in the beast before its wielder fell, and whoever recanted this story fled, so they managed to get away. They don't know what happened to the sword. Assumed the sword would have been left wherever the dude died, but uh, so it's out there somewhere. But yeah, so you're not really able to pick up anything new from this. Nyx, what interests you? Like you're thumbing through, you're able to see, but what sticks out to you the most is a story that tells about a first-hand account of someone who describes having seen a person, a human-sized raven, flying through the night. Um, you don't get much. Like it's not like a long tail. It's not like a close, like I got close to it and touched it kind of thing. It's literally of a person traveling from Kresk to Vallaki on their way for this festival. So whoever he got this story from is assumedly, if they made it, they are here for this festival. He met them recently on his travels, and he got a first-hand account of how they were when they were traveling. They had seen flying overhead, looking out from their covered wagon. They had seen a small flock of crows or of ravens. One of them much larger, the size of a person, flying through the sky along with them. Um, the person told their family, who said that they had just imagined it, they had been seeing things, but Rictavio believed them enough to write down what they said, their account on this paper. um, and what you are able to glean from that, based on how little information is here, is whether that was the same one that you had encountered or not. It seems like it was flying somewhere in the direction of Kresk. Or at least they saw on their travel from Kresk, they saw it flying away from Vallaki. That is actually something like kind of in the margins. He makes his own notes. Obviously, these aren't final drafts. These are like his own, handheld, notes of these things. In the margins of it, he actually has written lycanthrope question mark about the human-sized raven. Yeah, yeah. So So that is what you two learn. Hannah, you make your way out towards the festival by yourself. I mean, Nix was reading stories, and you didn't bother to pull her along with you. Uh, Nix, ha- Nix has something in her hands. Well, I guess she's too busy to notice you leaving. Yeah. So I hear, I hear what you're saying. Canonically, though, what I imagine whenever Nix and Hannah realize they've been separated is Sora and Shiro from No Game No Life. But yeah, so yes, as you make your, I've actually prepared something for this. Okay. All right. So, the Harvest Festival, the reaping of grain, will start just before noon of the next day, with many of the stalls having been ready well in advance, and many of the events having been prepared the night before. Some of the smaller games and events, such as bobbing for apples, making straw dolls, which you can keep for yourself, or you can pin like a fear or a worry or something that bothers you in your life and then burn the doll with that note attached to it. Let's see, where was the next one? Bob and Crab making straw dolls to keep or burn. The game of Bullseye, run by Blinsky, where you can pay 1 silver to attempt to knock over one of his toys using one of his toy bows and foam arrows. If you manage to knock the toy over and knock it off the shelf in 2 arrows, you get to keep it. Otherwise, you have to pay to try again. And it will be reset between attempts. And the game of Toad Bog, which is a game where you are given a small sewn sack in the shape of a toad, which you then have to try to throw and make in a hole between your opponent's feet. And you take turns, then they try to throw and make their toad in a hole between your feet. You were given three toads, and you get that many. If you are playing against another person, then you must pay 3 copper to play, and you can make whatever wager you want or just play for fun. If you choose to play against the man running the event, then the wager is 1 silver per hole. So if you score a hole, he'll owe you a silver. If he scores a hole, you owe him silver, up to the maximum of 3 silver to the winner if the opponent doesn't score. Those are currently what is available before evening, as well as like the sweet shop and other like the stores and stuff. Lamp, dear lamp. Um, you are you were told, but there's kind of like the ones running it. You actually notice the lady running it is the kindly old lady who sold dream pies in Barovia. I believe her name was shit. I think it started with an M. It was I didn't. Well, yeah, Morgantha. Yeah, thank you. I was gonna say Magatha, but I was like, no, that doesn't sound right. But it's something like that. Yeah, Morgantha. You see her again, and she's, oh, it's nice to see you, sweetie. Are you enjoying the festivities? She, as you speak with her, she prompts you. You're able to begin putting your doll together. There's a variety of like small hand sewn garments. So you take your bunch of straw and you're able to take small pieces of twine and tie it off to make like the arms and the head and the legs and the body. And then there's like small stitched pieces of clothing you can put on it. Like basically pieces of that have been like of like a of hempen sacks that have been dyed and stitched into small clothes. You know, as you do so, uh, if you have something of either the figure you have made it look like or of what you have written on it, as she looks and just, bears, they are terrifying creatures indeed. If you have some bear hair or a claw that you tuck into the straw, it will be much more effective at repelling what you fear. They might be helpful. It might be. I cannot say. They are not bears. You could always change the paper to say wolves, but then that wouldn't protect you from bears. Uh, as you like put the ear with it and you go to toss the doll into the flame, you notice as it's almost like the ear kind of shrivels into the doll, and like you see the top of the straw head of the doll grow two little dog ears before it's engulfed in the flame. The flame turning from that orangish yellow glow to a green color as it shoots up another foot into the air even higher, burning hotter for about half a minute before nothing but ash is left within it of your doll. That is quite confident of you. Well, I hope you have fun. Festivals like these come but once in a moon, so it is good to enjoy what time you can. Oh, it would be so nice to see them again, especially that cutie Ray. He was so sweet when I met you all in Barovia. He bought some of my pies like you did. Oh, y'all were so kind to me then. I hope that my protective magic and my charms are able to help keep you safe from your bears and wolves. Hannah, Hannah, I would like you to make me a wisdom saving throw if you would. You may choose to fail it if you would like. 15 succeeds. You are fine. What I will tell you is like you do kind of like while you're talking with her, you kind of feel this like you're not really know how to put it. It's just kind of like this feeling in the back of your mind, like something kind of like worming its way in. But you just kind of like shrug it off and resist it. Like it doesn't feel like a threatening or invasive or harmful presence. It's just curious, and since you succeed the save, it's just kind of like there and then it's not. It doesn't bother you. It's just is what it is. Uh, I will not tell you what would have happened if you chose to fail it. Just in case one of your friends comes by. Oh, trouble? No, never. Fucking just like Homer in the bushes, but people. Just like walks backwards and disappears. All right. What would anyone else like to do at this time? Hannah's had a bit of a head start, but you may all go do things as well if you wish, or you can continue eating your breakfast at the inn for another like 20 minutes. Okay. Anyone going with Ray? What information have you been trying to tell him? Oh, don't. Oh, don't mind my presence. I'm not here to get in your way for anything. Feel free to speak openly to your friends if you like. I don't wish to be a bother. You've all been very kind to me. Rick Tavia, you're sensing that you wish Sensing that you wish a moment of privacy, Rick Tavio will stand up and thank you all for your kindness and hospitality, leaving a gold coin on the table to pay for what he has eaten. To pay you guys back for what he's eaten before he makes his leave, sensing that Braddock wishes to speak with you guys in candor for a moment, and that his presence is only in the way of that. Uh, make a sleight of hand. Unfortunately, yeah, I was say as part of the action, you wouldn't have the chance to. With a four, you do so. You shake his hand. You're confident, he not a problem. He thanks you. He makes his way out the door, and as he leaves, and you look down, you look down in here, and there are two gold coins. He has dropped character and is just reading off of his notes now. Scott, you might want to paraphrase, but repeat that for Nix, who is now back. Ray, Ray, none of this makes any sense to you. Like, he's saying again, this doesn't make any sense to you. You've never heard of a child with a possessed amulet, let alone seen them die and they're back again. You have no idea what Braddock is going on about. But he is speaking with such conviction. And And like, Raymond, while that is highly possible, you do know that Argyle had told you he didn't know who wanted the book or why. Like, it could have something, but there was no, like, concrete proof he was working with Strahd. So, like, while that one is plausible and, makes much more sense than whatever, child and necklace he's talking about again, like, that one still, at least to you, that's still a bit of a stretch. Yes. You don't see the bottom of it if you scroll down. Yeah, if you scroll down, you should see. I mean, you should be more comfortable with it. You like veiny things. Oh wait, didn't mean to show that. Sorry. Ignore that. Close that immediately. Good. Well, no, you saw him before you went into the magic shop to gain your level. I mean, you can save an orphan's life or you can gain a level. Exactly. All right. Braddock's long tangent of him just venting on everything he's been bottling up for 2 days. Really took it out of him. Oh, I didn't. That is unfortunate. I hope that is taken care of. Do the battery beep. Information about the Vistani assassins last night. I mean, Nixon Braddock does. No, but Braddock heard from the skeleton last night. To quote our favorite god of family, you know that you know those old westerns where the cowboys run across the border and live happily ever after? This was her border. This was her Mexico. You know, I will say since the night that you all, had dreams and woke up with Ray and not Raymond, none of you have had nightmares. Ray, you also just haven't had nightmares, since you've made it to Velaki. You slept plenty. You tire yourself out almost every night. You know? Work hard, play harder. Alright, so all of you going to the orphanage together? Anyone going to find Hannah or have fun at the festival? Um, you know what? For the fun of it, on cue, as Braddock, you mentioned about one of the assassins being after Hannah and having escaped. You guys hear yelling from the streets about a dead child, a dead female child in the streets. What am I looking at? Also hearing something about it. Also hearing something about a dead female child in the street. No, the first thing you see as you are running up, you do see like the proportions of like a 4-foot child laying. You see blonde hair stretched out in like a mess above the head, covering the face. Oh, there's just blood just like oozing around. And as you push through the crowd and finally arrive, moving to move the hair out of the face, you confirm it is not Hannah. But man, did it look a lot like Hannah getting closer. Yes. Go for it. Damn, that's a good medicine. Um, the child is most certainly dead. The blood, like the heart has stopped pumping. The blood is still like from the last few pumps of the heart. It is still circulating some, which is like why there is still blood oozing out. As like gravity causes the blood to move, it is still oozing out. But the child has like couldn't have been more than moments. The body's still warm, but the child has passed. There is no pulse. The child has a crossbow bolt in the back of their neck. It looks fucking moth flying by my like literally over my mouse as I'm trying to grab it. And I'm not trying to grab the moth. I don't want to kill the moth, but it just like keeps moving like oh, 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 oh. Just like perfectly in the way every time. There's not actually my mouse does have never mind, my mouse does have RGB gamer lights. There's brighter lights nearby for the moth to go to. It's now perched at the bottom of my monitor. But like there's brighter lights, but it was like ooh. All right, um, let me change you guys back to the city map, and I can tell you. So we will say that this body happened right over here, like right at this intersection outside. There is a crowd of people, so clearly it was a risky shot in the middle of a crowd, aimed at this child. Looks like the direction it came from was like either like over this road, maybe in front of Malkovich's, like down in this direction. Okay. The guards are in fact on their way. You see, I like as you guys are arriving due to the commotion, Isaac and a couple of guards are like making their way here. Like they are pushing through the crowd. As you start yelling for the guards, other people were yelling for the guards. Isaac is like already trying to push through, just like, damn it, if you people would move out of my way, I could get to the body. Somebody call 911. Um, unfortunately, as you call, like people are looking around. There are no clerics, at least none that are like stepping forward. Um, so you would assume, based on your want to believe in the citizens of Barovia, that there are no clerics amongst them. Um, Eventually, like not having been near here, but with the commotion, after about 10 minutes, Isaac and his men have loaded her up onto like a makeshift gurney. There is a sheet that is placed over her that is slowly starting to like turn red, from the wound of the body. And as they are getting ready to carry her away, eventually pushing through the crowd comes Father Lucian, and he, as he approaches, he kind of like gives a rite over the body, praying like he is sad. This was one of the children from the orphanage. So he's distraught, but still gives like the best last rites he can. They are going to carry the body, and he mentioned that he will be by later to help prepare the body for burial. You Yeah, as you go to search, yeah, you're already gone to search by the time that this is happening. He does, seeing you there eventually, he does turn to you, Braddock, and he looks and just, do you know why this has happened? She's You hear like his voice break a bit as his finch clenches at his side. Like clearly he's still trying to keep his temper, but he is failing. Just she was an orphan. She did not even have a family. There was no reason to shoot her. She had nothing to steal. She had nothing to do. She was a child. And he kind of like breaks down a bit. There's people around. He has to keep a strong facade, but like the mask is slipping. He is struggling. Her name was Michaela. She did not have a family name. She came to me as a babe. Did not know who her parents were. She could have been another orphan of adventurers who died. We have raised many of those. Her parents could have simply not wanted her and dropped her off. We do not know. We found her crying outside the abbey one night in a basket of bread. I have, like many of them, I have raised her from a child. Sister Clouder and I have raised her as our own. She was a good child. She had a tender heart. She did not bully. She never said anything rude about any of the other children. There is no reason. I mean, as bad as it was, we tried to teach her, but she was so trusting. She was so kind. She would have followed a stranger if they asked her for help. She could have easily been abducted. There was no reason for anyone to kill her. Please help keep it help keep an eye out for me, as is this is a time of celebration. It was a happy time. The children have all been allowed to go and enjoy the festival today. Grieving as this is, I will not ruin their celebration. Yet I will tell them this evening when things are done. Um, yeah, yeah, there would be like kind of in the very center. There would be like one of some of the decorations. There's some barrels with like some straw effigies on them. When later as it becomes dusk, they're made to be lit up to help illuminate things as part of the festivities. So like for someone in the back, you start hearing speech, 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 speech. That was a loud sigh. Oh, it's such a deep message. Clearly, he's very distraught. That child. He said everything that needed to be said. I understand his message. Collective gasps. Some woman at the back of the crowd faints. 200 people are dead. They are? Oh, good. He doesn't mean us. Every crowd has hecklers. I can do that. I got two. That was an innocent child. The fucking like every time you stand, like the hand goes up off the grass and then falls back down, just as the body twitches from each impact. Uh, make make a performance, Braddock. I think this goes beyond persuasion. I think this is a performance. 16. You do hear you hear murmurs of concern and fear from the crowd, but you also hear about an equal number. About 50-50. You do hear murmurs of agreement and encouragement to your speech. Jumping over to you, Ray, make me a survival with disadvantage. You can guidance yourself. Because there are a lot of fucking people. You're trying to track someone through a crowd. Yeah, just double now. I mean, but hey, you did one better than I did. 3. You don't even like you can you know like you don't know. You think you know where the arrow where the crossbow was fired from, loosely based on the trajectory, assuming the girl like fell flat when she was shot. Assuming that like she wasn't moving or anything. The more you look into it, you're not even 100% sure if this actually was where it was fired from. And you have like nothing. You don't see like any prints or anything. You have like nothing to go on. Like it was a cross. If they'd at least fired a fucking a flintlock pistol, you'd might have like some gunpowder residue to go on. But it was a crossbow. Like you only got shit to go on. There's a lot of variables and there's a lot of people. There's not to say like when the girl was shot that she didn't bump into anybody that turned her and changed her direction. Like there's a lot of this is a really bad place to be trying to track someone who shot a child. Jump back to Hannah's frustration of not knocking anything over with foam arrows, so she pulls out her gun. Well, now that we have a murder mystery plot entangled in this, I didn't plan for this. This was, yeah, this took a direction. Yeah, yeah. Just think all this Just think all this started because Scott made a sideways comment about the killer getting, or about one of the about one of the thieves getting away. And then Nix will raise him, and then you'll violate his corpse. Nix, do you want to enthrall a skeleton if it's already been used and defiled by someone else? Like, do you have to do the defiling yourself, or are you okay with a pre-defiled body? Eh. Well, I mean, not even that. Like, because lives are cut short all the time. What you would specifically be against is clearly this girl was shot and left. That's akin to hunting for sport. That wasn't hunting for gain. Yes, this. Like you could even loosely justify Nyx killing someone to turn them into a skeleton, because while that's completely unnatural and still while it's still unnatural and goes against, pretty much anything your god would be for, it's, done with a purpose. It's not trophy hunting. It's being put to use, kind of. Well, like this is just killing a child and leaving a child. Like this was either done as you suspect because this child looked like Hannah from a distance, or this was done strictly to incite mass panic for killing a child in the middle of a crowd. Oh, damn, you don't have that class. You don't have that class anymore. This is a reason for you to always take a level of Blood Hunter. Alright, Sam, we move over. You have, first, you have to pay your 2 silver. Sorry, yeah, sorry, yeah, I was thinking 2 arrows. One silver, yes. So you are given 2 foam arrows. No, it's 1 silver for 2 arrows. So like you might get it for 1 silver less than it costs. Oh, by the way, there are varying sizes. Like the bottom has, like larger, easier to hit things that are clearly going to be much heavier and harder to knock off. Whereas the really, like light, easy to knock off things are smaller and up higher, so they're harder to hit. You know, there's another there's another fox, and this one is black. It's at the top shelf. Yes, you 1 silver gets you 2 foam arrows. If you wish, like technically, normally sort of like if you pay 1 silver for 2 foam arrows and you hit it and you manage to knock it over with 2 arrows, but it doesn't fall off the shelf, he will reset it and then you can choose to play again. Coincidentally, you can pay more than 1 silver. You can pay like 2 or 3 silver at once if you wish, and then you get those, you get that many shots without him resetting the targets. So like if you pay more, you pay the 2 silver it would normally cost you in advance, you get 4 shots to knock it off without it being reset. Whereas if you manage to, you only pay for the 1 and you don't manage to get it, he'll even if you decide you want to pay again, he'll still reset it before you pay again. Yeah, you can, if you manage to, you still get the second shot. Yeah, you get 2 shots no matter what. But these arrows, there's like a very, like nicely detailed. It's one of the mid tier. It's about like the size of like a standard plush, um, and it's very wolf looking, like kind of similar to a husky but more angry. Clearly wolf. Like it's literally got like the cartoon like felt eyebrows over like kind of like over the top of the eyes making like the angry expression. It's got a couple of like felt teeth like kind of glued onto the side of the mouth making it look like it has like the fangs over the bottom jaw. It does count as a normal bow. However, due to the fact that it is a, it is a small, flimsy, loosely stringed toy. You get your proficiency and everything, but all the attacks are at disadvantage. You use a short bow, right? If you were able to have like a distraction with the sleight of hand, you could try to switch your bow, but then that might leave you open to like having to hand your bow at the end. Like no, I meant like if you like whenever you go to return because like obviously you're borrowing the bow for the game. Whenever you go to return it, you might. I mean, I guess you could try to like cause another distraction and then switch it back. But like, all right. So you're aiming for the fox, which is a top shelf. That is an AC of 17 to hit with 4 hit points. So it is 10. So you have to get a 7 or higher on a disadvantage roll. I would have set the AC higher if I knew how big your fucking plus was. All right, you can hit it. Now you get to you don't get to add like dex or anything to damage because of the foam arrow. It is just a flat D4. If you do 4 points of damage, if you do 4 points of damage, you knock it over. Or no, you knock it off. If you do 3, you knock it over. If you do 4, you knock it off. Sorry. Three. Okay. You manage to knock it over. One more hit will knock it off for sure. 17 it. That does in fact hit. Technically, being knocked over, it should have 3/4 cover, but no. You do manage to hit minimum damage, knocks it off. You manage to win the fox for a silver coin. It looks just like your fox, but it is black with like white tips instead of orange with white tips and like black accessory. And it's got green eyes. I was tempted. I was tempted to make like a plush of my mascot, like a two-tailed fox with space colors, as a master prize, but I'm like that might be a little bit too self-inserty. Yeah, it's slightly more meta than a Strahd sex doll, but slightly less meta than other things. You do. Uh, I'll tell you the Husky, being a mid tier prize, has an AC of 14 with 7 hit points. So could be done in 2 arrows. The bottom tier prizes cannot be done in 2 arrows. Oh yeah, I guess yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that would double your, or I mean, okay, brutal critical doesn't apply to this, so it would just be doubling what you roll. Okay, I mean, yeah, that's either way. Two silver, okay. Uh, First shot misses. It like there's just a little bit too like even as you pull it back, as you let it go, there's just a little bit too much slack in the line, and like it kind of like as the string flies forward, it stays like attached to the string, and like it doesn't come until the string starts to pull back again as it like boings. So as the string starts to pull back, then it kind of pulls the momentum pulls it free, but that kind of causes it to like wobble in the air, and it like hits the husky, but it like clearly didn't do anything to help you. Oh. And here I was thinking you were like a perfect marksman, little girl, but clearly you have some human in you after all. But Blinsky still think 3 arrows you'll get husky. Or you'll get wolf. Okay. You have knocked it over. Oh. Oh, that was a good shot. You were aiming for Drusilla the wolf. Drusilla has had many wolf pups. There is like actually a smaller wolf like on the top shelf as well. 23. Indeed. Oh. True. That is it. All right. And so you managed to hit it, and it like kind of you hit. So you hit it, and the plush spins, and its head is like hanging over the edge, and it's kind of teetering, but like still like almost perfectly balanced. So managing to stay on the edge, and like Lindsay goes, "Oh, that was very close." And like then you hit it with the last one, and you like just aim and hit the head to teeter the weight over, and it falls down. And we have another winner. As he picks it up and he puts it in front of you, and it's like this. It's like 3/4 of the size of your chest. Oh, good luck. If you win too much silver, Blinsky always has prizes. And now that you are done with that, I will tell you, as a rogue, you could have used your bonus action to steady shot and cancel out the disadvantage. No, yeah, like I didn't realize you had a +10 beforehand. I wanted these to be like, yeah, I wanted these. I wanted these to be a bit of a challenge, but like obviously for you they'll be easier, but I wanted them to be doable by the others if they wanted to play games. But like obviously it'll be more of a challenge for them than for you because you're an archer. Um, what if I told you tossing frogs was an athletics? It's an athletics to toss the frog. It is a so so toad. What is it? Fuck. I keep wanting to say toad hole. Is it toad hole? Was it? I think it was toad. It was. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I based it off of. It is. It is toad bog. Toad. Yes, this is a compound check for each round. It is an athletics to toss the bag, and it is a acrobatics to aim the bag for the hole. I mean, so yeah, technically, if you roll high enough, like, so it turns out you do the two different checks. They are added together, and the average is taken against the DC to see if you make it in the hole. If you, so obviously, if you roll high enough on one of them, it doesn't matter if you rolled poorly on the other. It still averages. It's in the hole. All the rules say is it had to make it in the it had to make it in the hole. It didn't designate that hole. It said the hole, and that is the hole. And like technically, and like funny enough, technically the hole is a designation of a specific hole. But if you rolled high enough to make your own hole, I don't think they're really going to argue with you about it. While you still have a toad in your hand. All right. Okay. So while you go to do that, we move. Who else wants to do thing? Um, okay. As you go, they did say it wouldn't be a guarantee they would have it done. They do not have it done today. Uh, that they show you like they have started on it, and they are like one of them is like they're kind of taking turns. One of them will kind of work and one of them will enjoy the festival, and then periodically they'll switch. The other one will go enjoy the festival. The other one will work. And while they are frequently having to stop to sell things, when they do have a moment of downtime in between selling things, the one who is working goes and works on your cake. So they show you it has started. They are like mixing together like the icing and the batters and stuff. You notice that they are grading up. They did get some mushrooms, some edible those like nice big white fluffy mushrooms that you can find almost everywhere. Uh, they do got some of those that they're grading up. Like they are doing just a cake in the shape of a mushroom, but they are grading up a mushroom to add with the flour, to add in with the flour in the batter. So it does also kind of have mushroom in it. It's just taking longer because of other things, but they should be able to. It won't be ready tomorrow morning. They should have it ready by tomorrow evening. They should be able to finish the batter and stuff sometime today, and then tomorrow morning they can focus on doing the baking and getting it finished. Oh, one more thing. The father, as he like goes to head back to the church, Braddock, he does kind of stop and he turns and looks at you over his shoulder and just, the children wanted me to thank you when I saw you for their past couple of days of wonderful breakfast. They did enjoy it quite a bit. You have done you have done something very kind and selfless, and I too thank you for that. And he kind of like wipes a tear out of the corner of his eye as he like turns to continue back towards the church as the guard had already begun to carry the girl's body that way. And back. So yeah. So Ray, your search revealed nothing. What is your next plan? And what are you doing, Braddock? I assume you're also going to be joining in the search. I guess make me another survival with disadvantage. Okay. You see footprints and you begin to follow them. You see footprints and you begin to follow them, and it takes a while before you realize like these are literally just footprints. Like they weren't even like near the body. You're just following footprints because you're so fixated on trying to find this person that like your irrationality of emotion is like blinding your rationality. Would you go back in the direction of where Braddock was after you don't find anything by Malkovich's? Okay. I will say, while like I didn't, hear everything from Braddock's monologue. From what I did hear, he just talked about the kid having it. He didn't give a description of Felix. Okay. 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 No, that is completely fair. Was that an in character thing or an out of character thing? Okay. Yeah. Bonk. Doing a heckin' bonk over there. Okay, small side tangent because I gotta. I saw a YouTube short the other day of a guy who like wrecked his bike and the bike, or he hit something. The bike was relatively okay. It only had one dent in it. That dent was in the like covering of the gas tank where you sit, and he managed to make the dent with his nutsack. So like the bike was perfect. Like the short started with like the friend moving the bike out of the highway. You know, cars were like going around him and stuff. His friend was just laying in the highway. You know, looked dead at first. Everything was fine. Found out he like they didn't. You know, you didn't see what he hit. They didn't say what he hit. All you see is like his friend explaining. He shows the dent and explained how this was made with his nutsack. And his friend is just laying face down on the fucking highway in so much pain that he isn't even making noise about how bad his nuts hurt. And it's like, I have never, like, granted, yeah, it's aluminum, it's a softer metal, you know, it does bend kind of easily, but still, going, like, fast enough to, like, fucking dent it with your nuts, like, holy shit. A motorcycle, but looking for the orphan's nuts. Um, roll a perception. Um, eventually, eventually, because they are also kind of loosely mushroom cap shaped, you do come across Hannah, as Hannah comes across Toadbog. And you realize afterwards that they're toads, not mushrooms, but they do kind of vaguely look mushroomy. Yes, by the most likely person to stop you from doing things. Why, why are you so oddly proportioned in the middle? Anyways, all right. So yeah, so you know, you explained to him about your suspicions about the little girl who was shot looking like Hannah, as Braddock calls him, little Timmy. He's confident. He's confident. You know Braddock's confidence in names is about as much as anyone else guessing, but he's confident. Loosely, yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. You saw him pretty good. Yeah. You saw him pretty good. Yeah. At the foot of your bed with the lights on. I mean, spoke at him. Yeah. On the one that you guys caught. And it's a good thing you were, because otherwise you might have made it away too. And, you know, oh, if the book, what a tragedy it would have been if the book was stolen. No, this is Strahd's spellbook, not Nova's spellbook. So, you two may search independently or together. Yes, you're with you were with Ray. Cygnus is with Hannah. Nyx, I assume, is still sitting in the inn. The kid whose name I totally haven't already said once. Oh, okay. I was wondering what you were doing. Okay. I was starting to assume you were just gonna take the day and fucking spend it reading the tome in your room. Oh yeah, I'll help you guys. I'll help you guys look as she like backs into the inn doorway in my room. I mean, you can assume. Do you want to tell him the name of the kid who started with a T? Oh, that's the T. Yes. I mean, it's about a milli. I mean, you didn't get to know him personally. He could be a Milivag. Furiously starts scrolling down notes. Smut and a chimera together. Why didn't I think of it sooner? And it has teeth. Just rows and rows of teeth. Like a shark. Oh. Surprisingly, as the three of you begin to put your heads together and look around, you do come across nothing concrete. Uh, Actually, no. Yes, something concrete. You see, kind of, you're kind of searching the ground, and Braddock is with this idea of like high places. So y'all are looking in two different directions, but your eyes kind of end up settling on loosely the same spot, high and low. You see what appears to be a thin thread blowing in a breeze, Ray. As Braddock, you notice a glint from the burning torchlight around the area inside of one of the larger straw dolls. As you both move and begin to search, you find that the string is tied around the handle and to the trigger of a crossbow hidden in this straw. So someone didn't actually have to pull the trigger in a crowd themselves. All they had to do was stand inconspicuously next to this piece of decoration and pull on this thread that people would have easily not even noticed, and it would have fired the crossbow. and then they could have easily just walked away. Oh well, shit. Good thing Nix is here. You two found it. Nix, smart your job. Nix, would you like to make an investigation or something to aim to help them? An investigation or something. You tell me how you're helping them. Yeah, you guys, as you guys look, you notice that Nix is with you, but she's not with you. I will allow you to try. We'll see where this goes. Make me an athletics check to take the books from Nix. To take the books. No, it's a flat roll. Yeah, it's a flat roll. Okay, Nix. You got to beat a 2 with an athletics. Yeah, Ray, you very confidently grab the book and go to pull it from Nix's hands, and are surprised by the grip she has as your fingers slide from the book, and it is still in Nix's hand, who is now looking at you over the top of the book. As she turns the page. No, she didn't get to. Uh, you may try one more time. Um, sure, I'll allow it. With an 18, as you look around, you notice a bit of. You notice like the dirt is like kind of weird. Like it's partially blood soaked, so it's like easy for you to miss because the dirt was already wet. But you notice kind of like somewhere near the center of the blood pool, it's a bit darker and like the texture's a bit weirder. Would you? Nyx wouldn't have any compulsion against touching blood, would she? From some of the things you have in your bag and your trip to the bakery yesterday and your breakfast this morning, you notice that like this particularly easier missed section of blood is actually where blood had like kind of went over spilled syrup on the ground. Why would there be spilled syrup on the ground under where the girl died with her blood unless it was there like right before she died? If only there were like people who could have seen Hannah's sweet tooth. Or, this child's sweet tooth, with your assumption that it's because this child looked like Hannah. If with the information you were given by Braddock this morning, feeding into your what's it called? Well, no, I mean, I was going to use the other word. Your I mean, it is a delusion, but that's not the. It's like delusions a lot of people have. It's a term for that. Um, something theory. Well, I mean, uh, anyways, yeah, your delusion. Feeding into that with what you knew. If only someone might have had history of Hannah's past and known she has a sweet tooth. Only further feeding into your delusion that this was all to target Hannah by the thief who got away. You may make another survival. Actually, no. This would be an investigation. You may make an investigation. The sooner this is done, the sooner I can read. Like anytime Nyx finishes an investigation and helps you, she slowly begins to walk back towards the inn, and you just like grab the back of her cloak and pull her. Yeah. There aren't footprints, but like it's strange. Like you feel like there 100% should be footprints, but there's not. And I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I will say that I think you should understand what to do based on that. And then, even as Braddock goes to step to compare his footprint to the non existent footprint, Braddock doesn't leave a footprint. Correct. And Braddock can show you he is wearing no leather bands. You're actually near the Apple Bob. The people the people running the Apple Bob have been quite busy explaining the rules and trying to keep some children from drowning themselves trying to bite apples. Unfortunately, like they have noticed people plural, like not like one specific person. They have noticed people like standing near there, like leaning against it because it's a sturdy area, like leaning against it to catch their breath. Stuff like that, like throughout the morning, but like no one specifically has really stuck out to them, and they didn't get a good look because it's just been like passing peripheral glances. They did notice, they were here last night setting up their booth, and they spoke with they spoke with the nice gentleman who was helping put up the decorations last night, but like yeah, no one's really been there this morning. Yeah, they give you a vague description of a male that both loosely is similar to what you saw last night, but also like in several key areas very different than what you know him to look like. No, no, not a clue. I mean, we met him in passing, and I assume he was one of the people who volunteered to help get things set up because they arrived for the festival early. There were a number of volunteers helping get things ready last night. Three of them sadly died. Someone set off a bomb in the streets or something. You hear like a slight chuckle as Nyx is reading her book behind you. Look, making seems like she read something funny in the book. Yeah, they're kind of like they're humanoid straws, but like so they're kind of like scarecrows, but they're like missing. Yeah, yeah, like strawmen. Yeah, and they explain to you like he set up a number of strawmen. And those large strawmen like that are designated like later on when it gets darker, they will be lit on fire to give additional light with the torches. They'll start at the outside edges of the city by the wall, and then they'll slowly move in until they make it to the city square, where she points to like a giant fucking strawman, and like that one will be lit up last, and that signifies like the end of the reaping of grain. This is going to take you some time. I will for a couple in the immediate vicinity, I will allow you to make an investigation, and then searching any further will take you guys some time. You can split up to make it faster, or moving as a group, it will take you longer. And then what you hear, Nix, is if you split up, you get freedom. She's already walking away. As you guys are, splitting up to investigate the strawmen, one of the orphanage kids who's like, helping with like their own. So the orphanage kids, to participate, they made costumes that they're running around and handing out to people at random. Would you guys like to take a costume from the orphanage kids? Uh, for I mean, there's a variety of costumes. Would you guys all like to take a costume? Like all of you, not going to say no to the kids? Okay. If you take the costume, you're putting it on. By the way, I'm just saying. Nix, are you gonna say no to the kid, or are you gonna be nice and like he's looking at you really pleadingly? Are you gonna take the costume? he, he put a lot of hard work into his costume. He would really like it if you wore his costume. You'll be the only one without a costume. I'll tell you, you're not terribly far off, if we're being honest. You know what? I'm gonna try to force this on you. We're gonna do an opposed charisma check. You got a charisma to say no, and kids have charisma. Just a flat charisma. Oh, I rolled low. You have a chance. You have a chance. I rolled a 7. Okay. You can convince the kid you can make it without your costume. It will be painfully obvious in a minute what your costume would have been if you had worn it. So as the rest of you put on your costumes, Braddock, your costume, you are wearing a nice white t-shirt with a kind of like orange necktie kind of thing and a pair of blue jeans. Hana, you are wearing a dog onesie of like a big spotted brown dog. Uh, Braddock, I mean not Braddock. Ray, you are wearing a nice like knee length purple dress and high heels. And high heels. Cygnus, you get a nice green T-shirt with like baggy brown cargo pants. And and Nyx would have gotten sexy librarian. You all you had to do was just all you had to do was imagine a kid like Hannah. All you had to do was give in and we would have had the whole gang here. And this was also a like last minute spur of the moment decision. It's like you guys are investigating a murder mystery, and like I don't know why, what put it in my head, but all of a sudden I'm like, oh, let's just dress you guys up as the mystery gang. You know, if you were like later on, like it won't be this session, but like later on, if you're seen without a costume, you might be offered again. But who knows? By next session, I might change my mind and it might be something else. God, I now feel like I need to do. I now feel like I need to do fucking like art of this. Of like you guys as the mystery gang, and then you know just Nick standing there as Nick's. The ghost is you know whoever killed this child. That is the monster that you are hunting. Except you're not because you and Scooby are off playing games. Because y'all don't know the plot. But you know, if it follows the plot, then the monster will find the two of you before the rest of them find the monster. It's a festival. You're surrounded by Scooby snacks. There are cream. You can get some cream puffs. Like the big old Mashal kind of cream puffs, like the size of your head. Got so many references in like such a short amount of time here. I must say this will for like this Scooby Doo reference will forever be one of my favorite random references I've forced into a campaign because it fits so fucking naturally of all things. Does definitely? I don't think definitely only wear stockings. She does wear socks. Yeah, sure. You can get some thigh high socks, not stockings, but thigh high socks. Sure, they're fishnets because you know it's you know legally distinct from the mystery gang. Small changes, like for example, it's not an ascot; it's a orange tie. You got fishnet stockings. It's not a Great Dane. Hana's a Dalmatian. Yeah, that's also brown. A brown Dalmatian. It's got the pointy Dalmatian ears, not the floppy Dane ears. It's got like the actually it doesn't really have much of a face. It's a onesie. um, you know, Shaggy doesn't normally have a mushroom cap. It has nothing to do with the costume, but you know, anything I could find to make it legally distinct. Braddock, you have a strange feeling in the back of your head that your line has been stolen. That your line has been stolen. All right. Give me give me a second to run to the restroom. Everyone, take like a quick 3 minute bio break if you gotta go. Actually, yeah, my bad. This is I didn't. I thought it was 10 o'clock. It's 11. Actually, yeah, we'll go ahead and end here for this week. We'll pick up here next week. Yeah, yeah. My bad. I lost an hour along the way. My bad. Yeah, we'll end here. We'll pick up here next week. I remember the original one without the words the most. It didn't have words, and also that's what I grew up with the original. Give me. I'll be right back. I gotta go pee real bad.
Dude, the fucking movies were great because they were obviously meant to be way hornier, but they toned it down immediately before release for like a small kid audience.
Oh yeah,
But there's still the essence.
they had like the
Oh, I
body
was meaning the
swap. They
animated
had
movies, but the
Shaggy
live
turning
action
into
ones
a
also.
girl.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the live
Oh
action
yeah,
one.
yeah, they were like obviously need to be more adult, but then they were like, let's, change this for the last fucking minute to be more kid friendly. But they just look like way hornier than they are.
Oh, yeah, I just turned 18. Uh, that means I can vote. Yeah, there was a long pause there in the movie too. The fucking in the cyber
I loved how the movies were so fucking banger, but I always loved how the movies, they were like the movies are always the real monsters. Every episode is always a person, and that's because the movies came out like at an era of its popularity past the original message of why it was like people in costumes is because we always think it's some scary monster in the world and it's really just a bad person. And that was the message of Scooby Doo. And then later on, it's like, Scooby Doo is such a big entertainment that, like, yeah, it's about monsters. Let's, throw the twist. In the movies, they're actually, like, they think it's always another person in a mask. There's always that gag, but it's actually monsters. There's, which kind of throws the premise, like, there might actually be things we don't understand. Cyber Chase was the fucking, or yeah, the wasn't because Cyber Chase was a show, but wasn't Cyber Chase also the name of that movie? Yeah, yeah, that was my favorite one. But like, I always think the name of it is Cyber Chase, but I know Cyber Chase was the name of a PBS cartoon. But I think it was the Cyber Chase as well. I think it also used the name. Oh yeah, no, that's a solid one. Fucking Dean bangs Velma. I mean, Dean bangs Daphne. Or no, Dean tries to bang Daphne. He doesn't succeed. Sam almost succeeds in banging Velma, and he wasn't even trying. Yeah, great episode. Oh, dude, I love everything like everything Matthew Lillard touches. He is so phenomenal. I was actually going to say earlier for you guys to imagine the voice of Rictavio as Matthew Lillard. I was going to say that and I forgot about it. Okay, cool. Yeah, that I was googling for the for the art for Rictavio because I hadn't changed it from the original, and I saw that post, and I was like, oh, like thinking about it canonically, that is such a good fucking voice for Rictavio. Like that fits so fucking perfectly. So while I can't do a Matthew Lillard impression, imagine Matthew Lillard as the voice of Rictavio. He is so even getting up in age. Like he even did such a good fucking villain as fucking William Afton in the FNAF movie. Like while the FNAF movie was like really weird because like it followed the lore but it didn't follow the lore, but they couldn't, you can't exactly follow fucking FNAF lore in a live action movie. So for what they had to work with, they did well. And like the absolute best part of the FNAF movie was Matthew Lillard's limited time on screen. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, the way honestly, the way I like to think about it with how close he like obviously whenever he made the first two FNAF games, he was just writing his success. He wasn't actually thinking about all the fucking he wasn't thinking about putting lore into it. Yeah, he worked in a little bit of ideas, but that wasn't the intention. It wasn't for it to become what it has. Now the intention of every FNAF game is the lore cuz the theorist and the lore is the franchise. But originally it wasn't. He was just trying to, make a successful game. That was like his last ditch and then it succeeded. So he made the sequel, and it succeeded. So like I feel like the way the movie went is like had he been thinking about like the lore and the story from the beginning, knowing how successful it would have been, I kind of think that's the way it would have gone. It was like the spiritual successor, but at the same time, much like the many different fucking universes of FNAF lore, the books, the games, now the movie, like it's just another like branching timeline of FNAF lore that'll help solve the overarching lore of everything while also contributing to the main lore not at all. Like it's just it's the glory of FNAF. That's what makes it interesting. But yeah, real fast. I would like to say thank you to anyone who was here, who anyone watching watching the stream, anyone who enjoyed the game. It was for as little as shitty of a week as I've had, and as little time as I've actually had to work on the prep. Literally just today, it went surprisingly well. And we ended up with a new fucking main plot that I didn't expect. Like, once again, in classic me fashion, the main plot was entirely improvised from like a one-off gag. So we'll continue exploring the gang's murder mystery at the Harvest Festival, the reaping of grain, where the reaping of a child has happened next week. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed reaping with an E. Uh, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're enjoying it. We have enjoyed it, and I am looking forward to next week, where I will have much more planned and prepared. Uh, who knows? Maybe. Who knows how many? Who knows how many Hannah traps they have set up around the place? I mean, the way she's moving, eventually Hannah's bound to find one of them. Maybe it'll be the right one. We'll see next week. This has been session 3 of Curse of Strahd campaign 2. Thank you all for tuning in. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you enjoyed our side tangents and witty banter and conversations. And we will see you all next week. Have a good evening. Have a good rest of your Friday or Saturday, because half the world is already more than half the world's already Saturday. Goodbye, everyone. Bye bye. Not sponsored, but hit me up, Hanna-Barbera.